Dong gong gong. Gong. Ay. I didn't actually set up, so she might be a little fishy. Don't mind me just singing Alex Chilton's unregarded masterpiece, A Little Fishy. A little fishy. Ay. What was I doing? Yes, I was putting it in the Discord. No, yeah, you're so right. I totally didn't do that. Sure does it taste good? Not sure does it good taste. Time to check my email before I go live. No emails. What's up? So, we may notice that I don't have headphones in today. Wait, what? Why did my browser close? No. Why did my browser close? Well, my bad. My browser closed, and so there's no chillhop. Well, good thing I was talking about it so that I noticed that it was okay, I'm putting on music. Right. Music that I can't hear because my headphones died. As in died, as in the left one just died. So that was not really good news for me to figure that out. I was kind of bummed out, to be honest. And so until I can afford to get new headphones, this is going to be the way it is. It's just going to be the way it is. So that's unfortunate. We recommend that you use a stream bitrate of 2500 kilobytes per second. Yeah, why? Why is that? Why do you recommend that? That's so low. Why are you recommending that? Because I'm at 720p? Are you being mean? Okay. Maybe I'll just drop the bitrate and then go, nah. I don't think the bitrate matters. Like if I go to 2500 and then I still can't go to profile high. Probably not. Probably gonna have some encoding issues, not gonna lie. But hopefully we don't. I mean, maybe we can just try it out, huh? So what have I been up to? I spent some time doing a lot of, job hunting. And so I did a couple of those coding assessments, that they send you or whatever before they interview you. And I feel like I bombed them. I mean, I got the test to pass, but the solution wasn't very good. Like my solution wasn't very good. Like it just didn't feel like my best work. But to be fair, it's in C++, and it was all about using modern C++, and I don't know anything about modern C++. Like I was like looking up like, okay, how do I do like a for loop in modern C++, how do I do this? Get the pointers inside of the neat little thing. And I mean, I figured it out, but yeah. Dude, C++ is like cheating, by the way. The standard library in C++ is literally cheating. You cannot convince me otherwise. It's like literally It's just literally cheating. It's literally cheating. Anyway, so this is where we're at right now. We got a lot of params to add to the UI to make it like a little bit more viewable. We also have the use your words. The borders between chunks are pretty gnarly. So we probably have to do something about that. I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I looked it up, didn't find anything. And then I asked ChatGPT and it said to do skirts. And I was like, what is skirts? Anyway, so yeah, my headphones broke. So that's been a real bummer. I have my wireless headphones, but I don't think I have Bluetooth on that computer. On my computer that I stream from. So I don't think it's possible for me to actually listen to the music that you guys are hearing. So that's why we're permanently chill hopping, because there's no ads for me to skip and shit. So also, I mean, I did still do a sound check with my broken headphones, but you know, if there is sound issues, then somebody's gonna have to let me know because there's no way for me to actually check, which is like a big bummer. But you can actually blame it on YouTube itself, because YouTube hasn't paid me a dime because I haven't hit $100 yet. Close, but you know, do need to get a paycheck in the mail would be kind of nice, so that I could buy headphones. Buying a new GPU would be kind of nice too. I need a new GPU, a new power supply, and then a new motherboard. So yeah, basically replace the whole fucking computer. But yeah. So what are we doing today? What have I been up to? So I've been bug fixing this thing. So I did a lot of profiling on my day off from streaming. I did a lot of profiling to see why we were so slow, and what I realized was that we had this buffer that was that we were doing a GL buffer sub data every frame that I was doing for debugging at some point, and then I stopped using that buffer. And so it was just literally like 2 lines of code that were stalling the entire pipeline. And so now we are rendering real time perfectly, without any lag. It's perfectly 60 FPS. Maybe it doesn't look like that because of the capture card, but yeah, it is perfect 60 FPS. Yeah. What bug am I implementing? I hope I'm not implementing a bug. So I don't really know. I just clicked go live. So I'm trying to think about what we want to work on next. So all of this Joe that we're looking at here was my attempt to fix some bugs. So there is a very, very rare bug that occurs when you fly off of a planet and then we go back down to the planet very far away from where we started. The reason why this happens is because of the chunking system. It basically loses its anchor point in terms of like the grid, right? So I think something breaks with the hashing. Anyway, so it's very hard to recreate it here because I worked really well to get it to a good point, but it still happens rarely, which is really bad. It's also hard to, it would be really nice if instead of Okay, so see, it's really hard to recreate. Maybe I fixed it and I forgot that I'm fixing it. But that I basically just like went like really really far away and came back down and it still worked fine. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe I fixed it and I forgot that I fixed it, but also, so you may notice the white the white is because of the way we're blending things based on depth. We probably have to think about how that's happening because obviously the white is really ugly, but you know, it's kind of it kind of is what it is, I guess. Yeah, so also we need to do the skirts for the geometry for the white that's that you can see between the chunks. When also you may notice you probably no, it's hard to notice, but there is like geometry kind of gets jittery the further we get away from the center. So right now our camera position is at there's too much printing out. Is at 175,000. So like 100,000 plus, and the geometry just starts to collapse. It just is really big numbers with repeating textures. I think it's just floating point imprecision loss somewhere. So I have to take a look at that as well. And the skirts, so that we don't have the borders with the geometry. I don't know how I'm going to do this. So I looked up just to see what other people's solutions are, and a lot of them were just saying to stitch the borders manually by connecting vertices. I think for our chunking system that's going to be incredibly slow. So I've been thinking about it, and I think just so that we can move on from this and think about it like visually, I think the best way to do this is probably to just do the skirts thing. So at the end of geometry, we just push inward from the normal, I think. So just the normal going the opposite direction, and then that's that. Because if we are going to end up stitching across the borders, then I don't know, like two different LOD levels are going to have different amounts of vertices, and so connecting them is actually non-trivial, because the lower LOD is of course going to have more vertices to connect than the one with less LODs. And yeah, you could tessellate that basically, but it seems pretty complicated. Do I play any video games? Not currently. I do have like spurts where I start playing a lot of video games, and then I'll go like a year without playing any, and then I'll go and play, a lot again. But I typically like I'm a big fan of like RPG games and stuff like that, like Wizardry. Have I heard of Path of Exile? I have. I haven't played it. I struggle with finishing a lot of these bigger isometric RPGs, that aren't like the older ones, like Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale. I struggle with. I never beat Divinity Original Sin, or the second one. I never finished Pillars of Eternity. So yeah. Also, we did eventually hit here the overheat, which is really unfortunate, to be honest. With everything that we're doing with water and stuff, I'm not honestly surprised at all, but yeah, it is kind of a bummer. Some of the stuff that we're doing with water is pretty expensive currently, so I'm not like very surprised that we hit the overheat. I was letting it run for a while because I wanted to see it. We are doing a bunch of extra texture reads that aren't technically necessary. So yeah, we're just gonna do that. We're not going to. So the reason why we have those extra texture reads and doing the central difference thing is literally just because the water looks blocky without it, because we're sampling a smaller resolution than our actual water texture, and so it causes like these blocky normals. But unfortunately, it's 4 extra texture reads per vertex, which is pretty expensive. There's also just the raw texture read per fragment here that's also expensive, but yeah, I'm not sure how much we can do about that necessarily. Path of Exile is not a classic RPG. It's more like Diablo. Yeah, cool. That's cool. I like Diablo. I never finished it. I never played 2. I played 1. I like those looting games, you know, like I played a bit of Titan Quest. I played also a lot of Fate growing up. I played a lot of Fate. My webcam just turned off. Okay, we're back. What the fuck just happened? Okay. Oh my god. This is really bad. Okay, I'm not sure. The resolution of my webcam is 160 by 120 right now. But I can't unplug it or else OBS crash. Yeah. The OBS on this computer, for whatever reason, crashes when I unplug cords from my computer, which has not been good. It'll probably crash again if I try to. So we're. I doubt that it's gonna fix itself. Maybe this will be funny if. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna reset transform on this thing, and then we'll just have this resolution. This is insane. Like, what is that? Even some random USB stick. Yeah, this computer is. The computer that I stream off of is a complete piece of shit. Yeah. 5 FPS cam? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. What even happened? There's no resolution or frame rate options other than 5 FPS. So. Whatever. Yeah, now I am kind of actually worried about the overheat is kind of worrying me, but yeah. This should get optimized out, so that shouldn't even be a thing. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I'm pretty sure that on the NVIDIA GPU we're fine. So that's something that is at least good. Okay, so I did comment out the drawing for the planets, which is important. So I'm gonna comment that back in. Oh, what I did realize was lagging us was this. So we might just make a selection mode so that we don't do this every frame. So I think that that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to make a mode that does the selection mode so that we can do this, so that we don't read pixels unless it's necessary. So let's just do that. I'm literally just going to make a global boolean. Oh, it's a 4x3 stream? Yeah. Unfortunately, YouTube does not like it very much. When you try to do an aspect ratio that isn't 16:9. It's 16:9, right? Yeah, probably. So if I just deleted it. I just literally deleted it, didn't I? Yeah, I totally did. This is what happens when I spend a couple of days doing these dumbass fucking coding exercises like leet code and shit. Is this Neovim or Helix? This is Helix. This is Helix, yeah. I am a Helix guy. I am a Helix guy. Prolin text and FBM text. You have to do this, obviously. Yeah, you're just doing this if it's selection mode. Now, why am I doing leet code? Do I actually want to work at any of these fucking trading firms that require you to do leet code? Not really, not really, to be honest. But if there is a job that I want ever that is going to require that, then I probably will want to be able to do that assessment or whatever the fuck. OpenGL is hurting your front end brain. Yeah, it's a different ball game for sure. Different ball game. We can get rid of all of this because now we have that in a separate thing. I have a lot of shit in here that we can get rid of. So that's cleaning this up is very, very. What the fuck is that? What day is it? It's Wednesday. I don't even think it's trash day. It's not even trash day, and this guy's. What is that? What was that sound, dude? That was crazy. So yeah. Now hopefully I commented in the bodies in space, so probably that works fine now. Hopefully. And now we just need to make a toggle for the selection mode and then we're golden. Okay, there we go. And now we have our bodies and they are moving and the lighting is still fucked up because I didn't fix that. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. And then when we go down towards the planet, which isn't really the planet, but you get what I'm saying, then this. So there is the conundrum that I did kind of touch on last time, which is that we don't have a way. So if we do this, we're walking on the planet's surface, but we are changing our position in the world. So when we go down into a planet atmosphere, when we land on a planet, once we enter into the atmosphere, we have to stop Uh, we have to stop moving the camera. And what is this, horror sounds? Yeah, I don't know if this. Maybe it is. I thought that they pick up trash on Tuesday, dude. Like this. It's not even a green truck. It's an orange truck, and it's just like rare. Like it's like crazy. So anyway, I need to render. Okay, so the camera position in space has to be different from the camera position on the ground, is what I'm kind of realizing, which is kind of cursed that we need two different cameras. But I think it's actually completely necessary. It's actually completely necessary. I have no clue how I'm going to do that though. So as you can see, the normals for the water are a little bit more rough now. It's not like the biggest deal, but anyway. So we need two different cameras, right? For two different projection matrices and all that, because when we move on the ground, we want to move one camera, and then once we're outside of the planet atmosphere, we want to be moving the other camera. Then we start, because once we're on the planet, we want to render it from a static position instead of a moving position like this. Okay, okay, so we can do pointers. But that's a big refactor, but we can do pointers. So basically, we'll just have a pointer to a camera that is our current camera that we're updating and that we're looking at for updating the position, right? You'll also need seamless transition between cameras. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I will. But I think that that's actually fine, because all I will need to do is, if we're always going to be, if planets are always going to be exactly flat, then I can just literally take the X and Y position of the space camera and the Z position of the one that was in the atmosphere, if that makes sense. So that should be fine. It should be seamless regardless, right? Yeah, the Z of the space camera needs to be changing with the planet camera. The Z specifically, because that's, you don't want it to be, yeah. The Z needs to change. The up and down is what I'm saying, because you need it to be seamless when you reach the top. So that's a tricky one. We can just hard code that logic that the Z of both cameras gets updated, but the current camera is the one that gets all of the logic for everything, whatever the current camera is. Yeah, I think that's the plan. That's disgusting, though, to be honest. That's a lot of refactoring. I think we just do the pointer thing. I was also thinking of doing an array of just like two cameras that we're just flip-flopping between. But Yeah, you probably just want them separate, just two cameras. Where's our camera cam? It's over here for some reason. Get this out of here. So let's just put this here and then just put. It allows me to do this at compile time, right? Yeah. Okay. So space cam. Just for making sure that we always do the correct thing here, we're just gonna want to make sure that current if within planet atmosphere, then current cam equals cam okay, simple. Now now what? Now how do I do this? So we want to make sure that at the start they're all the same. So that's what we'll do, right? Is we don't want this, by the way. That's just extraneous. We want space cam equals cam. Okay, just set them to the exact same thing in the beginning. We only want to at the end of process input, we want to always update cam for space cam. However, when we process input and resolve collisions and all of that stuff, we want to make sure that spacecam.z .camdata.campos.z is equal to cam.camdata.campos.z, which is what I just said earlier, because we need to reach that apex at the same time. The x and y don't change, obviously. That's the whole purpose of this. The tricky thing is, now when we process input, we have to always be referencing that camera pointer, the current camera pointer, rather than the one camera. Do I not have this in here? I have it in types. I have an extern thing in types. Oh, classic, you fucking idiots. Yeah, it's so interesting, C++, because they do, it's so weird. It's so not explicit with what is a pointer and what is not a pointer. What is a value and what is a pointer. There are so many things in C++ that remind me of Rust, in the way that these references are, you're passing them to functions like you would pointers, but sometimes they aren't even pointers. Like I'm trying to think of an example of this, but there was a few functions where you pass in something and you'd think that it would be passed by value, but it's actually a reference. Very strange to me, coming from, C, because C is so explicit, right? When you're passing something with a pointer or double pointer or whatever, With C++, it's kind of implied, which I don't like. I don't like that about C++ at all. But yeah. I believe it's current cam. Okay. Alrighty. So here we're always going to subdata the cam.cam data into cam data, which I don't know if we want to. The tricky thing is that we actually need two UBOs. We need two UBOs, believe it or not, for the space camera and the regular camera. The reason why is because we need to be rendering from both at the same time. So we do actually need two UBOs. It's kind of disgusting. Yeah. This render UBO, where is this even used? Do I have it called render data? Probably. Oh, it's just the resolution. That's actually used here. But I think I hard coded anyway. No, I don't. I bring it in as rendering data. I'm going to move this to binding 2 so that they're in order. But yeah, we want to... So I tried to double buffer this. Don't do this, by the way, because then it introduces latency. You don't want to do that. So we experimented. It would actually, you know, uninstall the pipeline, but because the upload stalls the pipeline, so you typically want to evolve it. You typically want to avoid it, but it's very hard to avoid it. It's the hardest work I know. Rest in peace, Melina. Okay. So I'm just gonna go to the UBOs and we will make two different UBOs here. So that's the regular one, and then we want to have space cam UBO. Alrighty. So now we have two different ones, and now we want to go here and upload it at the same time. Also, aren't you supposed to GL bind buffer here with GL uniform buffer? Aren't you supposed to do this? I think that this is what you're supposed to do. I don't know why I didn't have that beforehand. Okay, let's just make sure that we didn't break anything while I was doing this. Let's just take a checkpoint and see if I didn't break anything here. Take a quick checkpoint. Caught an early stream. What's up, Yash? It is, I guess it is early. I guess so. Okay, so everything seems to be working fine. So I obviously didn't break anything yet, so that's good. We got to get rid of some of these printouts, dude. Like I was doing some debugging. Let me tell you. I'm just gonna search for Joe. Oh yeah, so I didn't. That would probably be why. Yeah. Analog horror webcam. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal with the webcam. So if I unplug the webcam to fix it, the stream will crash. We already went through this earlier. So what happened earlier was that my webcam just spontaneously just shut off, And so I tried to unplug it and plug it back in, and then OBS instantly crashed. So I don't really know what to do about it. I can probably crash it again if you want. I think it's a problem with my USB ports on this old computer not getting enough. This is the Windows XP computer that I'm streaming off of, by the way. It has Debian on it. It's dual booted, but it's old hardware. So it does kind of look fire. Well, thank you. Thank you. I know it's kind of jank. The resolution is 160 by 120 and the frame rate is 5. So those are the presets if you want to have one of these yourself. I don't really recommend it, but you know, it's what it is, I guess. Okay, so we have our space cam SSBO or UBO. Now what we need to do is we want to render, when we render main.frag and .vert, these are the use your words. These are the ones that do the bodies in space. And so rendering this, we want to be always using space cam. So actually we want to just change this to binding equals 1. Okay, and give that a shot. You might feel a little fishy. Okay, so let's see if that worked. Okay, so far so good. Go into space. Okay, so well, that's pretty funny. I'm moving the camera. Okay, but the Z value, as you can see, is the only thing that's changing. Oh, this is pretty funny though. I'm moving my mouse and it's moving. So our X and Y obviously isn't changing. It's just one axis that's changing. And so that's why it gets so distorted. I think it's just the axis that's changing. So okay, good. Okay, so now we're using the space camera. So let's take a look at this again and go into space, come back down to the ground, and then we'll see what things look like. Okay, so okay, so we may have a problem. Oh, the pitch and the yaw aren't copied either. The pitch and the yaw need to be copied. That's the problem. Okay, so let's fix that. We need to copy that. We need to copy not only the Z, but also the pitch and the yaw. From the camera. And of course the roll too, but we don't have that yet. But you know, just for you know, whatever. Anyway, so these coding assessments, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Like the leak code stuff is actually pretty. I don't do leak code, but I'm talking about like the online, you know, little prompt thingies. Actually, not bad. Actually, not that bad. Actually, I don't hate them. Okay, so it isn't great. Not gonna lie. It's much better than it was, but it's still off because when you go this way, the planets on the right start to distort. The planets on the edges start to distort when you do this. Or maybe not. Or is it only when you're on a planet is the problem? It may be when you're on a planet that starts to become a problem. It's not like extremely noticeable, but I wonder why that is. Huh. If I match it exactly with the X and the X and the Y, I wonder if it just fixes itself. It probably does. I don't know why. It's probably something with the calculation for the forward vector or something. That there's a little bit of a precision loss or something. No, it still is happening. Okay. Well, I don't know how much, anything I can do about that, not gonna lie. Yeah, it might not actually be a thing. I may just be tripping out about it. It may be like something with the lighting that is, looks a bit weird when it gets to the edge of the screen. It's probably nothing to do with this. So, all of this is figured out. Now, so we only want to be doing this if we're within planet atmosphere. Then we need to copy into SpaceCam these things. If we're not within planet atmosphere, then we actually just want to update the other camera. And so this is like the tricky part, is that our cam is no longer our cam. It's actually our current cam. We're only updating the one that is either the space cam or the current or the ground camera. So we need to actually bring these in as arguments into here. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we'll do. I've been watching some schlocky horror movies lately. It's kind of become the thing. And I saw Oculus last night, which I saw on the television when I was younger, like probably like 14, 15. I saw it on the TV. It was like TV 14 cut sort of thing. Good movie. Kind of good. Surprisingly not bad. The issue with it, dude, is that it's a bad vibe horror movie. It's actually just a bad vibe horror movie. I can't, so I'm usually fine with the whole possession thing where it's like, you know, oh, parents get possessed and, you know, like the Shining sort of thing. The problem is when the problem is when it's so real. Like this one is just so real. It feels. What's up with my camera? It's not my fault, I promise. Okay, so here's what happened earlier in the stream was that the camera just suddenly the green button on it just went away. And so the green thing that says that it's good, and it just went black. And so I tried to plug it back in, and then OBS crashed, and then the stream crashed. And then once I plugged it back in, it was like this. So I don't want the stream to crash again, obviously. So I'm left kind of in this in-between state of having now a 160p camera. But people so far have given it good reviews of like, it's funny, it's retro, it's kind of fire. So, you know, I'm sticking with it for now. Why such a late night? It's lunchtime in Poland. It's not late night for me. It's 8:47. Unless I'm like, I don't know, having a nightmare and it actually is at night or something, and you're like trying to like subliminally tell me that I'm in a dream or something, then it probably is. It's fine. This is a lot of shit. I'm not gonna lie, this is a lot of shit. The worst part, oh no, this takes in cam pause, so we're fine. We just, because we just get local versions of the variable, so it's actually completely fine. The reason why we have two cameras now, by the way, is because we need a different camera for when we're in space versus when we're on the ground, and the reason for that is that we want to render the space camera from the same X and Y position while we move around on the planet's surface, and so they need to be two distinct things. So that's what we're working on right now. I woke up hella early. I didn't wake up hella early. I mean, I just woke up at like 6. To me, that's not early. I kind of just have a fucked up sleep schedule. Like I just sleep whenever. So for me, it's normal to get up at like 2 or 4 a.m. I have been doing the later night streams lately just because of that. But yeah, I have been so yeah. So yeah, the horror movie thing. The horror movie thing is, so possession movies are fine as long as it's not like so real. Like for whatever reason in Oculus, like the parents just get so fucking possessed where it's just like so hard to watch because they're literally just like, they're eating like plates. Like the mom like eats a plate, like a ceramic plate. Like that shit is crazy. That shit, it was like, what the fuck am I watching, dude? What was I watching, bro? That was crazy. That was crazy, yeah. So we give it current cam, and current cam is whichever one we're currently doing. Now when we go back to the yeah. So else our cam equals space cam. Yeah, let's try that. You're at work attending a corpo call. I don't care about it all. Yeah. was talking with my mom about this, the corporate speak and the, you know, the, I'm begrudgingly on LinkedIn now because I'm trying to get a job. And so I have to deal with constantly reading bullshit, which is really lame. Okay, so we can't move the camera out here, and we also are having trouble breaking through. It's like there's a wall here. Interesting. So we can't move the camera out here, which makes sense because we didn't actually hook that up. Anyway, but I keep on getting these notifications that are like, I got this notification that was like, because LinkedIn has this thing where when you apply to a job, you automatically like follow the company or whatever. And so if you don't unclick that box every time, you end up following these fucking companies. And I got this notification that was a post that said, the hardest part about AI is not making models, it's delivering outcomes. What the fuck does delivering outcomes mean? What the fuck does that mean? Seriously. Like, you mean delivering results? How can you deliver an outcome? An outcome is outcoming. It will come. That's in the name. It's going to be an outcome, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Delivering outcomes. That's delivering results. Like, what? Can you not even? You're so fucking corporate brain rot that you forget how like English works. Like I don't know, man. It's so brain rotted. It pisses me off. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie at all. So yeah, when we move the camera, it's supposed to do. This is supposed to be current cam. Pointer dereferences, overhead, cry, 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 I'm crying. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, I have to deal with all of that shit. It's like corporate nonsense. I don't know. That's genuinely people's jobs though. Is like just to talk nonsense all the time. Makes no sense. Yeah, we still are hitting this thing here. Okay, so this is actually doing what I want it to do. Oh, okay. So when we get outside of the atmosphere on that frame, our Okay, let's do some investigating here. We may have to do some printing out and stepping through it to fully understand what's going on here, because it's a timing thing. Because if within planet atmosphere it equals the cam, obviously. So on that frame that we exit the planet atmosphere, we equal the space cam. And then obviously we apply velocity to the current cam. Also, this has to be current cam. If that's not the problem. The problem is that Almighty Pole, thanks. Yeah, I'm thinking through this right now. Why this would be happening? I'm getting pulled by gravity. Yeah. How many lines have I written? I don't know. This one's 2,000 in min. We could do a count. A lot of it is in shaders, so there's probably like. It's probably like 10K possibly. I think it's probably 10K. Are those wave simulations? Yeah, it's all FFT based. The water is FFT based, and the atmosphere is also real time as well. Why would this be happening? When you hit the top, we swap camera immediately. Oh, within planet atmosphere doesn't get decided here though. Within planet atmosphere actually gets decided over here when we render. Within planet atmosphere gets decided here. Oh, it's also based on the cam pause rather than. Oh, okay. So let's decide this over here, inside of here, and let's just replace all of. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's just replace all of. Okay, well, we fucked up. Okay, well, honestly, it's just probably faster to write it out. 10K lines isn't really like that much. Especially in graphics programming when a lot of it is API calls. What am I doing? I don't know, to be honest, I get nervous when people come in here. I used to not get nervous because I used to stream a lot more, but now I kind of do get in my head about it a little bit. Okay, so now that we decide this here, hopefully we'll decide it earlier in, you know, as early in the frame as possible so that we swap it immediately. Hopefully that works. Hopefully that works. Okay, there we go. Oh no, it's still. Here's a question. If I stop doing this, does it just work? If I stop updating cam equals space cam every time, yeah, obviously. Okay, well now that isn't going to work, but yeah, we didn't hit the wall. We're using current cam. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try to think about it logically. So, in a frame when we detect that we're not within the planet atmosphere anymore, we check our regular cam, right? Because then we were on the planet. We detect that we aren't in the planet atmosphere anymore. And then we set current cam to space cam. But space cam, ah. No, yeah, this should be fine. So we set it to space cam. Then we process input with its pitch on roll. The thing is, the position should always be changed by here, by this point. How about this? When we change camera, let's just always go space cam equals cam. This isn't going to obviously work properly, but I just want to see if there's some, maybe like a floating point imprecision thing happening with it. The camera make it look like a vampire? What do you mean? What do you mean? Make it look like a vampire? Okay, so that just works. See, that's what I was worried about. There's probably some floating point imprecision happening where we're jittering. The thing is, we can't do this. What else could be the problem? Oh, camera velocity. It might be camera velocity. Okay. We didn't actually copy the velocity. We should just be able to copy the velocity as a whole. The camera is bad? Sorry for saying that. What do you mean? What do you mean? The camera is bad? Oh, you're talking about my camera. Oh, my web camera. I thought we were talking about the camera in the engine. Yeah, I'm sorry about the camera. Yeah, it's a problem. If I unplug the camera, then the OBS is going to crash. So okay, so when we go down like this and then up, we unanchor, and then down towards the planet, then we anchor again and land. And now we can go as far as possible and not change anything when it comes to the planets. Then out here we unanchor. Okay, so this actually works fine. I thought that we were gonna have more problems with this actually. But yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that just works. Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised that works. So another thing is our light source. We don't really have a way of detecting stars in general, which are just big planets. We only want one sun because anything else, and it's very expensive. So typically what we would have is like that big planet would be a star, right? Wherever that one is, it probably is a star. Actually, this is possibly the planet that we're on right now. But yeah, that one would typically be a star, and then we would just take the direction of that for our sun in the atmosphere. Also, there's, I guess, a problem with the Skybox where the planets do seem pretty close, I guess. They feel pretty close instead of outside of the atmosphere. Yeah, not sure how to do that. How to fix that. I think what you might want to do is additive blending if it's within the atmosphere or something like that. I think that may be the good idea here. So you may want to do like, if within planet atmosphere, then GL blend, GL enable GL blend, GL blend mode, blend color, blend equation. I don't think it's blend equation. Blend funk. It's not blend funk I. Okay, there it is. GL, it's GL1, maybe GL1. And then GL disable. Okay, let's take a look at that. It may not be GL1. I'm not sure. Yeah, anyway, I've been having fun with the assessments. These random like C++ coding challenges online. It's been fun. I think that it kind of does what we want it to do. They are kind of dark rather than bright. They are kind of just dark. They are kind of dark, yeah. Why would GL1 make it dark though? Oh, right. The reason why it's dark is because of... Yeah. The reason why it's dark is because we have fake... We clear color to 1 here. So that's actually 1. And then this. Wait, but GL1 should not even worry about the alpha channel because it's GL1. Actually, let me look this up. I always have to look up the diagram with all of the... Okay, maybe I should fix the camera. If I unplug it, the stream's gonna crash though. GL blend funk. GL blending, blah 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 blah. Okay. Yes. Okay, but I need to... GL blend equation, GL funk add. Yes, that's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. We just want to add the colors together and see what that looks like. Okay, it's still black. Trying to see if there's any color on it. I don't think that there is. Let's try that. We also got to make it so that when we load in, we don't have to go up and down. Yeah, this shit is black no matter what. This is black no matter what. Yeah, I don't know. I assume that GL1 would just work regardless. GL1 should just work. Maybe we're not supposed to do 1.0. Maybe we're supposed to do... Maybe we're supposed to linearize the depth. Okay, I'll try linearizing the depth. Isn't it frag depth? That's what it is, right? Frag chord. Yeah, but it shouldn't have an... I don't think that it needs to have an alpha channel to blend. You know? Like they're just black. I think I'm doing this right. I just think I'm not thinking about something. We do manual blending, I guess. We do manual blending. Since it's not really, we don't have transparent objects. That's not really what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is actually, we should be able to read from the texture as this should be completely allowed for us to do, by the way, is for us to be able to do this. This should be completely allowed. So we can try that. Once we have uSky, then we just color.rgb plus uSky, texture uSky. We need to get the UVs set up for this, so therefore we need to take in rendering data now here. Wait, that's the wrong shader. We need rendering data here, and we need, unfortunately, we need to do this same exact pattern. Same exact pattern. Alright, so now we're manually adding them together. Should be completely legal for us to do that. Keyword should. Okay, there we go. Now, it's not like the craziest effect of all time, but it does change as we go inside and outside of the atmosphere, which is nice. We gotta figure out the white stuff, yeah. Now the weird thing is that it does additively blend with itself, which is not what we really want. That is kind of an annoying thing. What we could do is we could do the same thing here. What am I calling this? I don't know. So we want our current depth linearized, and then we want to check if v dot a is less than depth, then we want to discard. I don't know if it's less than or if it's greater than. I already have this here. Yeah, if it's less than the water depth, then yeah, we can discard. Now we should have occlusion. Or no. Let's try that. We clear it to 1. There might be floating point issues with this method. Yeah, it still is broken. And it's not like that noticeable, but as you can see, that planet is not covering the other planets. Oh, if it needs to be if v dot a is less than the depth, then we overwrite it with this one. Yeah. And here you don't use... Yeah. Sorry, I'm not really explaining what I'm doing right now, but basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out a way to blend the planets with the skybox rather than planets with planets. That's what I'm working on. You're in dither effect? What does that mean? What is the dither effect? What is the dither effect? Okay, so how are we doing here? Okay, so it's still not working. Unless that one is, no, yeah, it's not working. Yeah, because this obviously is showing in front. I think it's greater than. CRT noise effect. Oh yeah, the camera is crazy. The camera is really funny today. The camera is very funny. Also, my headphones broke, so hopefully the audio is okay. I can't really check because my headphones broke. Okay, so that's obviously not correct still. Okay, so if we are greater than depth, what we just discovered was that the one before, one underneath it, was in front. So really what we want to do is discard in this case. Just set it to A. And then otherwise we want to do the other thing. Otherwise we want to do this. Yeah. If it's less than depth, then yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do this without having it on a different FBO, but it may just need to be on a different FBO. You finished the tic-tac-toe? Awesome. Awesome. It's a mini-max algorithm. Yeah, I'm happy that you finished it. I'm glad. I know that you had some ups and downs with it, so I'm happy that you got through it. I hope that you ended up figuring out what was giving you trouble with it, for sure. Yeah, it's not occluding because it depends on when they get drawn. I don't want to put it on a separate frame buffer. I could just sample the cube map too, but that sounds slow as fuck. How would we even sample the cube map though? Yeah, that sounds like a pain in the ass, to be honest. You probably don't want to do that. Yeah, the way to do it is probably just to render it to a separate... Wait, but don't we actually... Hold on a second. Don't we render it to a second FPO? We do. We render Sky Cube map. Oh, but it's a cube map. So we could do this. We could do this. I just don't know how to sample it. I don't know how to sample it. Sampler cube, that's what it is. I don't know how to sample it. We can normalize the... We could try this radar, might actually be it. That radar might be actually it. The normalized distance, you know, from the fragment position to the camera position might be it. And then we don't have to do anything other than just add them together like that. Am I sampling it right? Okay, let's try it. Is it possible to use vertices as vertices for a collision? I don't actually use the vertices for a collision. I use the density field itself. The geometry is made from noise, right? And so collision is inferred basically from the density field itself rather than actually being a mesh. It's faster doing that because we don't have to read from the GPU. It is bumpy because I have some edge cases with it that I'm still figuring out though. Okay. Okay, it works. It actually works. We just need to rotate it, but it actually works. We need to rotate it. How do I rotate it again? I just do this. I just rotate it by this matrix. Holy shit. I can't believe that it works. That's awesome. Okay, well, glad that we did that. It's kind of janky to have to sample a cube map to do this. Like, I wish that we didn't have to do that. But it's really the only solution for right now. We can do some fancy things with it later, but that's the only way for us to get it you know, properly. Alright, so we can land on a planet now. Now the issue is obviously the radius for landing on a planet doesn't really make sense because we haven't actually really done that. The idea is that you basically select a planet in selection mode, and then you can fly over to that planet and land on it, basically. So how do I do that now? Okay, so this was cool. We figured out how to do it. I do kind of want to expand the atmosphere. It does feel kind of... We also need to make water level a thing that you can change. Probably have more interesting... I feel like people join the stream and just think that the terrain system is just a flat plane. But it's actually a lot more fun than that. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So this doesn't work anymore because we aren't using the correct camera matrix for it. We aren't using the correct camera matrix for it, which I need to fix right now. That is within actually mesh.c. We call this function called getViewPlanes, and that uses our cam instead of the current cam. But our current cam should... This should be the correct cam that we're using, though, is the thing. This should be the correct camera that we're using. What's wrong with the camera? Oh, my camera? So if I unplug it, then the OBS will crash. So I'm trying not to unplug it. If you want me to try it, we can try it. Okay, see you guys in a sec. Okay. It seems to have fixed itself. We are still... Okay, so this is... Okay, so the issue is... Okay. So the issue is I had to undo the transform. Hello. So now it's in an annoying resolution. So to fix this, I have to actually go to transform, edit transform, and then we're going to crop left by 200 and crop right by 200, I believe. And that hopefully gives me, yeah, that's about what it was. All right. It's not working. Yes. We did have a broken camera for a while. Okay, so that works fine. Right, so I was going to figure out why the frustum was not working anymore. Somehow the camera becomes unsynced. I wonder if using current cam works, but if it does, then I'd be worried because we should be using current cam equals cam when we're down on the planet. Why would that be happening? Why would that happen? This cam should always be the camera that's on the ground anyway for when we're meshing. I probably refactored something wrong here when I did the... Oh, wait, but camera should always be the correct... Maybe I should just put my ego aside and have a camera pointer that comes in here and then make it a curtain camera thing. to put my ego aside and try it. Actually, it's a global, so we don't even have to. I feel like the meshing only happens on planet surfaces, and therefore it doesn't really make sense for it to ever need to be the space cam. And so that's what I'm worried about here, is that there's really no reason for this not to work. There is no reason for that not to work. Where is this function? Where is the function that gets the view planes? View planes, hello, hello, hello. There it is. What things remain for me to fix? Not really a lot needs to be fixed. I just need to do more stuff with it. You know? Like, I want to do clouds, and I want to do biomes and textures. Like, I want there to be like snow planets and metal planets and, you know, dusty planets and stuff like that. I want there to be like different sorts of things like that. Okay, it does seem to be working. That ring is pretty interesting, because we're sampling it even when we're outside of the atmosphere, the Skybox. Okay, I mean, I fixed it, so who knows? Oh, a little rod. Who knows? Who knows what the problem is? Not me. Okay, well, I fixed it, so who cares? Alright, cool. What else do I need to do? I need to do the skirts for the geometry. That needs to get done. It's just so boring. The skirts are so boring. Or like whatever the solution there is probably gonna be boring. It's probably gonna be boring. Also, it's one of these things where, like, if we have two pieces of geometry that are like this, even if we extend them, you know, inside of the wall against the normal, there's no guarantee that, like, once you're standing above it, then you would see it. So it's kind of hard, because you don't want to go in exactly the normal. You want to go in at an angle. So I have no clue how to do that. I have no clue how I'm going to do that. I also wonder if you do this while we are meshing, or if we do it later, because we can test if a point is on the edge fairly easily when we emit it. Yeah. So the way I'm thinking about it is that you have 2 points right on the edge, and so you just want to make a quad on coming outside of those 2 points. We need to test if a given triangle has 2 points on the edge. That's what we need to do. So here we have 3 points, right? And so we just need to test if these positions are on the edge. You want to test that previously, though. You don't want to test it at the end, because testing it here is fairly easy because it's all axis aligned, right? So you can have just a bool on edge, on border array for 8 points, and then if zi is 0 or zi is it might be usize +1, I'm not really sure yet. I'm just gonna run with it right now. So if we have any of these, then points I or on border I equals, we're just gonna do okay, very simple. So if we detect that a point is on the border, we simply put it to true, that that point is on the border. So with a given triangle, if 2 triangles are on the border, then we want to, or if 2 points are on the border, then we want to omit from those triangles another 2 triangles. So the problem is that the vertices at the end is right. 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 Right, because we interpolate. So we need another. We're just going to do it very explicitly, and then we'll find a more efficient way to do this later. We'll figure out a more efficient way to do it later. But for now, so if points on border A or point on border B, then we just basically pass it down to the vertex. Because of how marching cubes is, it's necessary to do it this way. We call it vert on border. Border I equals true. Vert on border I equals false. Okay. we need a vec3 A, vec3 B, and then if vert on border next vertex Man, I wish that there was an easy way of doing this. Okay, let's just do this. Okay, so now we only take the first two. So if BV count is greater than or equal to 2, then we want to emit a skirt quad from the borderline. So we're gonna take those 2 points and make 2 triangles from them, pushed out by some amount, right? So let's just have a float skirt length, and for now we'll just put it at 1.0. So we need to atomic add to v count 6 because we're adding 2 triangles. And so now we need to do 2. So for now, so we just need 2 points. So we need to have A1 is going to be border verts. Let's do int if and then you just want to do the normals, you're subtracting the normal going into the surface, and then you just multiply that normal times skirt length. Okay. And now we just omit the two triangles. So we want to do just what we do here, except so I have no idea how to actually do the normal. We have to basically, it has to be perpendicular to the normal. Okay, let's not worry about that for now. Let's just use the same normal as next vertex. Let's not even worry about it for now. Let's just use the same normal as A0. So let's omit A0 first. So this is going to be A0 and then B0 plus 1 and then A1 and then it's going to be, for following that same order, it's going to be A1 or let's just do, it makes more sense to do B0 first and then A1 and then B1. Okay. Now, if I did it correctly, that should just work. If I did it correctly. I told this story in the Discord, but I went to get my blood drawn, and then I was in the blood drawing place, and then the lady asked me to put the date on the form, and then I was like, okay, what day is it? And then she was like 21st, and then I was like, okay, what month is it? And then she was like March, and then I was like, or April, and then I was like, okay, what number is that? And then she was almost like pissed off. She was almost like pissed off. Usually when I have like these funny little interactions with people, they like riff off of me or whatever, you know, and we can have a laugh about it, but she was not having a laugh. You know, it may have had something to do with the fact that I was there, you know, for a lithium test or whatever, and she like put 2 and 2 in her mind together, and she was like, oh, this guy's crazy or whatever. You know, I completely get it. At the same time, I feel like I don't know. I feel like you can't really judge me for that. Also, how are you supposed to how are you supposed to get the days of the month always correct? By the way, or the number. How do you like memorize that? I never could memorize it. Like ever. I have distinct memories of writing out the month name when I was a kid for that reason. Okay, are we crashing the computer? I feel like we're crashing the computer. Yeah, oh wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck did I do? Okay, so those are the skirts though. Those are the skirts. But what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened, bro? What the fuck did I do? What? Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I didn't add... I have to go vcount plus equals base. That's why. I have to add the base offset, or else it doesn't go into the right part of the buffer. I watched somebody else stream on Twitch the other day because I was investigating the whole streaming on Twitch thing, and they also had i3, but they had the bar with their IP address on the bar, which was like, I don't know, crazy for me to see. Okay, so as you can see, the skirts are there. So if you go under the geometry, then you can see because of the face culling, but that's all of the skirts. Obviously they're making triangles instead of quads, which is really not what we wanted. I gotta make it so that you can change the movement speed, to be honest. So, okay, so we got the winding wrong, obviously, because they're facing the wrong way. But that's the idea behind them. They do already kind of work. But we messed up the winding. So A0, B0, A1. Oh, so we did mess up the winding. Because it's supposed to be B0, B1. A1. I'm surprised that it just works though. I expected it to not work. Why is my camera so big? Okay, my bad. My bad, my bad. I didn't get this internship that I really wanted. Kind of put me in a bad mood. That's why I didn't stream for a few days. Kind of got in a bad mood. I really wanted that internship, to be honest. Yeah, real big bummer. I don't know, it got me kind of thinking like maybe I'm like not good at programming. You know? Like what if like, you know, everyone told me that I was good in like a sort of endearing way and I took it like seriously, and now it's like the cold stone cold reality of the thing where it's like I'm not actually good, I just perceive myself as like sort of good at programming when it's not really the case. So this mainly works, it's just that it sometimes doesn't. Like sometimes there are breaks in the things. Because obviously the skirts don't connect to each other. But for the most part, it makes it so that you don't really see that as many. You do. Well, you definitely do see some still. Especially in the distance. Because they don't actually go into the surface normal. They kind of just like, yeah. So you still see it. But that's because I didn't actually project from the surface normal and a little bit. I want to What was the internship about? It was like it was at this independent game studio. And they have like an in-house engine in C, right? And they were looking for people, you know, to intern there. And it kind of seemed like the perfect internship for me because I write game engines in C. I write, you know, graphics in, you know, pure C. And, you know, I do it on really low hardware, you know. And so, you know, it seemed perfect for me because they were talking about, yeah, we work on like limited hardware. And it's like, I'm writing software for Intel integrated graphics in an old laptop, you know what I mean? So it's like, it seemed like the perfect thing for me. And yeah, they just sent me an email that was like, no. So kind of blows, to be honest, because I was hoping to at least get like an interview or something, you know? But I think it's one of those things where, I don't know, maybe it's got something to be like, you know, I'm not like a student as well. Like I'm not in college or whatever. And also the fact that I don't really have, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't get past the like filter or whatever, but yeah, kind of sucks. I don't know if it's like I'm not getting past like job filters, or if like I think my portfolio is good enough. I just think like it's, I don't know. Yeah, I think my portfolio is good enough. It's not that. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of people without a job right now. It's a lot of people. So I'm not the only one. And I think, you know, the fact that I don't have a degree and I don't have like real professional work experience, it's just really hard for me to get past the AI filters. And even if I do get past the AI filters, I think my lack of, you know, it's hard for anybody to take a chance on me, I guess, you know? Like they have to like commit to like taking a chance on me, and that's kind of tough, but I don't know. If I got, you know, an interview for it, I'd feel a lot better. But the fact that I didn't get an interview and it was something that felt like it was like right up my alley was kind of a big bummer, to be honest. You know. We want to average this negative normal, with the vector that is in the opposite direction to the border. Or no, that is in the direction of the border. So in that case, that border would be whichever way it's facing. I don't know how to figure that out. Camera fix? I did fix it, yes. That's rough. It's alright. I feel like as long as I keep, you know, up with applying to things and stuff, then eventually I think somebody's bound to take a chance on me. It's just a matter of time and effort, I guess, that I have to put into constantly sending out applications and stuff. I also think that what would probably help my chances a lot is if I, you know, did some projects with other people. I think like if I made like a joint you know, graphics project with someone else, then I think that would greatly improve my chances as well. So I'm thinking about doing that at some point. It's just a matter of like picking the right person and picking the right, you know, project that's feasible and it's not going to take forever. And also like making something, I guess, useful. Also, I think getting better at C++ is probably, you know, would probably be beneficial to me as well. You know, 90% of things use modern C++. Am I gonna grind LeetCode? No. I think LeetCode is pretty bullshit. I've been doing the exercises online though. I forget the website on like Hack or whatever, and the exorcism or whatever for C++, just to, you know, learn the modern features of C++. But yeah, LeetCode, any job that requires like LeetCode is bullshit in my, like, LeetCode doesn't have anything to do with programming skill at all, right? And so if a company wants me to do like a LeetCode style problem in the interview, I'm probably not really interested in that. A company that makes you do that is so fucking out of touch with what actual programming is that I probably wouldn't want to work there anyway, you know? I think the exercises are good to learn the language, right? But I don't really see the point in doing those algorithms really, because there is really no you know, there's no application on the job. You're not going to be, you know, inverting a binary tree, right? It's not what you're going to be doing. So that's my opinion on LeetCode and that stuff. It's like, if you want to work for Google, go ahead. I really don't want to work for Google, to be honest. I'm just not that, you know, excited about that. Yeah, I need to push out in the direction. I mean, you could. Okay, so the expensive way to do this is kind of lame, but we can do it like perp normal.x is going to equal the verts a0 dot x is 0 if it's zero, then it equals -1, otherwise it equals 1 technically. Yeah, you could do it like this. So if verts a0 dot x equals 0, then that's all three cases, right? So then we're going to equal -1. So if it equals usize, then we want equals 1, else and you actually have to do this for every axis, which is gross. There's probably a much faster way to do this, but right now I'm not thinking of fast. I just want to kind of get it done because I didn't really want to do this today anyway. It's kind of not fun. And now you want to fuck off. Now you want to normalize it like this. Okay, hopefully that works. I'm not really going for the fastest solution here. I'm just kind of doing it logically. If a vertex is on the edge at 0, then it's negative. If it's positive, then it's that way. And we're only doing A0 because they should be technically the same. On the same border. With your feet on the air and your head on the ground. Okay, that does seem better. Let's see what it looks like under. Yeah, the problem is like, God, I gotta make it so that you don't have to go that fast all the time. Yeah, it looks like it's going into the surface rather than outside of it, the normals. Okay, we have to fix the camera speed. We really have to fix the fucking camera speed because this is getting on my nerves for sure. Okay. Maybe it's the opposite direction? Oh, wait, this is not supposed to. Oh wait, no, yeah, that is fine. Let's just try minus. I don't know. It's also some of the quads are coming out not not some of them are missing, basically. Some of them are coming out perpendicular instead of flat against it. Yeah, this let's just test here. See, some are missing. Seems to be in the middle. Okay, I'm turning off the water because it's hard to fucking see what I'm doing. Yeah, this perp normal doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh, this is verts. Oh, that's verts. So you need actually, if you do it this way, then you need to do it here. Okay. Tell us more about when I was a producer, a music producer. You know, hmm. uh Not that much to say. I mean, I really have a distinct hate for music production as a whole, because a lot of music engineering uh is in service of rich kids who want to be famous, so my kind of perspective on it is pretty jaded for that reason. um but yeah, I don't know. It's I do miss it, but you know that's my kind of opinion on it. I don't know. I don't know. I like writing music. I like producing music. I enjoy it a lot. I like being in a studio with other artists and stuff. That's a lot of fun. Um, there's just so many talented people, with it. But yeah, there definitely are. I don't know. I think, yeah, being a music producer, music engineer sort of guy is like, you're kind of at the whims of the other artists and stuff. And um I think I always was more kind of experimental in like my methods and stuff, and that didn't really go well with, you know, other people's stuff. Um, it also happened at a pretty, you know, edgy part in my life. Maybe not edgy, but like when I was younger, I definitely was navigating, you know, a lot of my, emotions and, you know, I think it was a lot more difficult when I was younger to do that, and that interfered with writing music and producing music and stuff, right? Because when you have to think creatively and stuff, you have to pull from yourself and from your experience and from all that, right? And so when your experience and when your like internal kind of world and all of that is so, fucked up, it's like it's hard to do it, and so I think, in a way, I don't think I don't really want to be a creative for that reason. I just don't think that it's like it's necessarily like for me. Especially when I was younger, though. It's a lot better now, but when I was younger, was definitely hard to. looking back at it though, like, I don't really blame myself or blame other people or, you know, the industry or whatever, you know. It's just, you know, I think that to be like a real artist in terms of like being a musician or being, you know, a painter or whatever, I think that you need to have some sort of, you know, emotional barrier between you and what you create. And I don't think that mentally I ever had like the ability to do that, really, to be honest. Being a trap producer, what genre was I focused on? A lot of different things. I mean, when I was producing for other people, it was pop music. But for my own music, it was, I guess pop and R&B. You could call it. You know, kind of like a more depressing, experimental sort of R&B thing. And then later, I ended up, you know, writing a lot of guitar songs. But yeah, I had, you know, a period where I was producing with, you know, a kind of a cloud rap collective sort of. So I get that sort of thing as well, completely. So yes, they are interleaved now. They are interleaved. So they are going in the directions. The issue is that they have holes in them. Also, I thought that I didn't recompile. Also, the fact that you can still see through it is obviously quite annoying. Even though we have skirts. I don't really think that that's due to the missing holes, because it might actually be the culling. Yeah, that's probably what it is, actually. Let's try turning off backface culling for this. Let's try turning off backface culling. I think that was dust rather than a bug. I think it is backface culling. I'm not sure how to do the winding though. If it is, yeah, it is. So now there's no holes because the skirts are just perfect now. I still don't. So the blackness of the geometry as it, yeah, I thought that we had fixed that bug, but whatever. For now, we can just keep backface culling off. We should probably fix it though. Okay, that was correct, but how do I figure out the winding here? How do I figure out the winding? So we tried that direction, so we can just try the other direction now. So instead that'll be this way, so A1, A0, A1, B0. So going, oh wait, A, B, right. So, so we start at B0, then B0, A1, B1. Yeah. All right. Let's see if that's there's only two. This is only two combinations for winding here. There's only two combinations. So. Yeah, it's kind of incredible how easy C++ is. Like, once you start learning how to use the standard library in C++, it's brain dead easy. Like, you don't have to implement any sorting stuff yourself because std sort is so broken. Like, seriously. It's just fucking broken. There is a little bit of a black spot there, but that might be the hell yeah. What do you mean? You're talking about C++? I'm not saying it's a good language. I'm saying that it's easy. I'm saying that you don't actually have to write code yourself. The standard library does everything for you, which is, I think, maybe a blessing and a curse. Like, if I had just learned C++, modern C++ instead of C, I wouldn't understand how anything works under the hood. I would not understand how, like, pointers work. That's a good thing, right? So when it comes to C++, you don't have to do, like, anything with pointers. They don't want you to have pointers. They want you to have references, which is just a really, I don't know, way too simple way of thinking about things, because I don't know. I feel like if you learn C++ before you learn C, you probably just, like, really have bad habits, like bad coding habits, at least from my perspective. We got taught the exact opposite thing in uni. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hole. There's a big hole here. What do you mean? That it's better to learn C++ before we got told to use them pointers if we understand them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so you can still use pointers in C++, but the standard library doesn't even want you to have pointers, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, so much of it is spent by, like, doing this reference bullshit. The same thing happens in Rust, by the way. Like, it's the same exact problem that I have with Rust, where everything is about these mutable or unmutable references rather than just having pointers. Because pointers are dangerous. That's what they think, right? Pointers are dangerous. You can have, you know, memory issues. You can have seg faults. But it's also fast. But pointers are also fast. You know what I mean? Like, there's no checking with pointers. You just dereference it, and if it's garbage, then you die. If it's not, then you get through. But just, you know, it's on your responsibility as a developer to not give garbage pointers. I really agree with that design philosophy way more than this safety bullshit. Safety is slow, you know? Safety is slow, which I don't think, you know, most people realize, but yeah. I don't know. I think that, like, the standard library in C is fast and unsafe, and the standard library in C++ is definitely wants to be safe way more than fast. But I mean, it's also incredibly easy to write C++. Like, writing things in C++ are just so brain dead easy. Like, seriously. probably don't remember. I do remember. I do remember the talk about Nick Drake, John Martin, and the Field Mice. I do remember 100%. You did have a different profile picture though. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well indeed. Yeah, so there are some ugliness. There are some ugliness. Like right there. This this thing that's pointing outside of this thing is, yeah, so why is it yeah, I guess the skirts don't really care about if it's outside, like it's going to be outside of the geometry sometimes when it's like a weird thing like that. So that does make sense why that isn't great. I am noticing that we are pretty slow, or at least we feel slow. Apparently the frame is 6. It does feel slow for whatever reason. I'm gonna render dock it before we, render dock won't actually even tell me what's going on, to be honest. Let's just check the frame time. Let me just check the frame time. Yeah, let's just get the master timer. And let's just check the frame time with water enabled. Okay, so we did the skirt, which is cool. I'm just gonna do the full time. Yeah, that was surprisingly not as painful as I thought. This project, you've been working on your own game? C99 DX11. That's awesome. Found job hunting especially difficult as well. Yeah. Yep. And it's because of AI, I think. At least that's what I assume, is that AI definitely does not help with the whole thing. Yeah, wow, this doesn't really work that great, huh? It's certainly better, but yeah. I don't really know if it's like the tech stack or whatever that, you know, changes things. Like if you're supposed to use more like, you know, newer hardware and stuff, if that like matters. Yeah, some of them are jagged, but I don't know why exactly. I think just a lot of people are out of jobs because of AI, and so it makes, you know, it's like there are like students with like master's degrees that are just not finding it very easy to find a job. Yeah, so 15, that was before we started lagging, I think. 16, yeah. 16 is hitting the swap, actually. 21 is not great. I wonder what I coded that could be causing that. Wonder what I coded that could be causing that. Because I don't think it's a GPU thing. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's sampling that cube map. Let's try it without sampling the cube map. It might actually be that. Might actually be that. So instead of doing this, just do that. I hope that it's not any of the camera stuff that I did, because if it is, then I don't really know what to do about that. I'm assuming that dereferencing these pointers probably isn't that big of a deal. Just what I'm assuming. I'm gonna bring these timers back. Because obviously we need them. Going into third year, of course, is a joke. I wouldn't trust any CS graduate. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, but it probably looks better than, you know, having just self-taught on your resume, you know what I mean? Do you have any big projects or smaller tech demos? I mean, my game engine is definitely the big project. I don't have the entire code base just public though, but that's like 50,000 lines. The chess engine is obviously pretty massive. I think like if you know, somebody looking at my portfolio, just like glancing at it, were to look at the chess engine, they would probably think that I'm just hamming it up or whatever. But the truth is that the chess engine is like fairly advanced. It wasn't just like a, you know, a 10-minute, oh, let's just make a chess engine or whatever. You know, it was like a very involved thing. So I think like probably having that on my portfolio doesn't matter because everybody's making like, you know, small chess engines, whatever, just to have it on their portfolio or whatever. For the actual code that I'm proud of, I have the Lenia project, obviously, which is, I guess, a smaller tech demo sort of thing, but it was a big thing to me, you know, with the fact that it's all done on the CPU on Windows XP is kind of, you know, at least in my opinion, kind of good. My game is only 15K. Yeah, it was a big project. This one's about like 10K now. You worked on a Lenia sim? Yeah, I did it in 3D, which was kind of like the point of the project. But yeah, we do end up lagging a lot. Okay, so the CPU side thing is fine until we start. Okay, so actually we're fine. Actually, we're fine. We do overheat though. The laptop does overheat. I develop everything for this old laptop, so it's definitely a lot harder than developing something for like, you know, a newer GPU, which is, it's also like another thing, right? Where I have my portfolio that I put up. It's not like I have ray tracing or like anything, you know, fancy, because I don't really have the money for a new GPU or whatever. So I develop everything for Intel integrated graphics, which doesn't really, I think when like, you know, people look at my portfolio, they probably aren't just like visually wowed by the thing, because they probably don't know the whole point of it, I guess. So that's another thing. I think most game studios aren't really looking to optimize for, you know, hardware from 2015, unfortunately. It would be awesome if they were, though. Yeah, my PC is nearing 8 years now. Yeah, my laptop has a mobile 1050 in it, which is surprisingly good. It just overheats, so it's kind of useless. It should be, though. I can't play modern games. Yeah, you should be able to play modern games, because modern games don't even look that great. It's just the code is shit, to be honest. Just people write dog shit code and they get away with it because we just keep on pushing hardware further instead of writing better code. If we wrote good code, then, you know, we'd be able to do a lot more. I don't know. It's my opinion. A lot of GPU code is like that. Optimizing GPU code is incredibly difficult. Yeah, so the overheating, I don't really know what to do about it for now. I don't think that the profiling is going to tell us anything. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure why we still aren't. Okay, let's try without backface culling again, just to make sure that we aren't going crazy here. That's so infuriating. They push out people like us but hire lead coders. You're just cynical. No, I don't think you're cynical. I think it's a big part of it is who you know. The people that get hired are the people that have connections. You know, any of these job applications I've done, especially to bigger companies, do you have a family member who works here? Or do you have, somebody referred you for this position? You know? It's very common. It's very common for me to get that. It seems similar. Also, I don't know why the flashing of the chunks has come back. It's returned now. It was gone for a while, but now it's back for whatever reason, and that's kind of pissing me off, to be honest. I don't know why it would come back. I didn't really change anything. I did not really change anything. I don't think that it's zeroless because we've gone through that already. I don't think it's this. Although we did touch that and put that back, I guess. We touched the current cam stuff, but that shouldn't have anything to do with it. We do the check here for the zeroless within here, which is like, which I don't, we tested it, but I don't think that we 100% guaranteed it. Anyway, we check it here as well. So maybe we just tried that. Yeah, I don't think you're cynical. I've had the same problem with getting hired. It's like, the worst thing is that I don't get interviews, right? So I think like it's hard to even get past like the AI filters for things. I feel like if I got an interview, I would probably do well in it. But it's really getting the interview that's kind of the problem. Okay, that just fixed the problem. That just fixed the problem. Now it's kind of a matter of the view frustum doesn't really work. But yeah, that did fix the problem. So all right, cool. Yeah, I don't know. That just works, I guess. Fuck it. Yeah, I kind of want to clean this stuff up, to be honest, but yeah, I don't know. Alright, so that works. The skirts still don't work. I may have to just like take a look at this later. I kind of just don't want to do it right now, which is, I think, pretty fair. It seems like sometimes we miss it. We sometimes miss it. I don't think that it's like, I don't think that we get into here sometimes. It's the problem. Yeah. I also think that like having projects, I'll respond to it. I don't I think like having projects probably in modern C++ helps a lot. I think that most companies are looking for somebody who knows how to do like modern object-oriented programming. It's not the code that I like writing, obviously, but there's just a lot more jobs in it. So I think if I had a project in modern C++, it would probably be easier to get a job. My entire portfolio is low-level C, which I think it's harder to get a job with if you aren't doing like embedded stuff. Like I don't do embedded, right? So it's kind of hard. There are a lot of jobs in like, you know, defense contractors, but I don't want those jobs. I also don't want a job in quant. It's just I would prefer not to work in those industries. I would prefer to be, you know, to work for like an independent game studio, but it's really hard to get a job for that, you know. I applied to like, you know, the big ones as well, but I haven't really heard anything back. You know, it's kind of like probably very hard to get hired at like Rockstar or Riot or, you know, Blizzard or whatever, but those are kind of my goals, I guess. But yeah, I think you kind of have to work your way up, right? You have to find your way into like some independent studio or something, get years of experience, and then you can get a position at one of the big studios. But you have to find a way in first, and the way in is kind of really difficult. I was talking about this earlier, but I, you know, lost this internship. You know, I didn't get this internship that I really wanted. But yeah, something like that, you have to get an in. Your game will do something, so you can't justify doing more. Yeah, it probably will. I think a big thing is a lot of places are asking, have you shipped a title before, right? It's like, I don't really think I'm a game developer. I like writing engines, right? So I don't really care about developing a game or like shipping a title or whatever, right? But a lot of these places do care if you shift a title, you know? They care a lot, so it's kind of hard. Oh, we need extra space also in these. We need extra space. We need extra space for the skirts. That's the problem. We need to make this actually padded size. We need to allocate one extra. Or actually it needs to be 2 extra because it's in both directions. That sucks. It's not the end of the world. I think eventually I'll find something. It's just a matter of time. You know? It's just a matter of time and waiting, you know? Okay. So inside of the SSBO, we need to allocate more space into density vertex SSBO. LOD res I, it actually needs to be +2, right? I think that that's actually it. I think that's literally it. Work on. All right, thanks. Have a nice have a productive day. Thanks for hanging out. Bro. Okay. We didn't. Somewhere we didn't do it correctly. Oh yeah. In indirect.comp, we need to. I don't think that's the only bug because obviously it well, maybe. Oh wow, that was it. Alright, so let's take a look here. Yeah. Still have some. It's hard to tell. Like obviously that chunk has a problem. But once you get over there, then obviously it doesn't work because now the LOD changes. Yeah, so we did make space here. We did make space. I think that should be enough space. Because it's +2 for each. Yeah, it is +2. So. Yeah, that should definitely be enough space. Yeah, it shouldn't even be +2. That's a lot of extra space, actually. It should just be plus... it shouldn't be, yeah, it should just add at the end. It shouldn't be +2 times 15, obviously, because 15 is an entire cell for marching cubes, so this obviously doesn't work. Obviously doesn't work. And we do have culling off. So it can't be that. We could try a bigger skirt length. I don't think that that's the problem though. But yeah, we could try a bigger skirt length. Alright, let's try this. I want to make this really tiny. The max speed, so that we can move around the camera easier. Wow, only been here an hour and 30. I feel like I've been here a long time. But I guess not. Okay. Okay, so I guess that just works. Yeah, I guess it just works, huh? Okay, well that's cool. What I am noticing though is that our mesh is taking a long time now. Our mesh is taking a really long time now. Oh no. Oh no. Our mesh is taking 7, 13, 23 milliseconds, 27 milliseconds. Probably because we got rid of that. Oh. Oh. I got rid of the wrong thing. I meant to get rid of this. Whoops. It was rebuilding the entire thing every frame. Okay, so this is still, the white is still happening. God damn it. Okay, at least the skirts work though. The skirts do work. Okay, I hate this meshing system because now we have to figure out why this is happening again. And we don't really know why. I wonder if it's zeroless that's the problem. We can probably try and get rid of the zeroless just to see if it's the problem. No, it's still happening. Or actually, no, we didn't actually test anything because we were also doing it here. What else did I change in relation to this for it to stop working? I don't think I changed anything. Oh yeah, it still happens. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, the amount of time that I've spent working on this chunking system is ridiculous. It's super ridiculous. If LOD is less than, it's going to be greater than, because it's when it goes down to LOD 3. We may be out of space. We may be out of space. That may be what's happening. Max chunks LOD 64. Let's try 128. No. We do get more space though, which is cool. But no. I need to know if that goes off. Theoretically, that should never go off. I need actually the LOD of... I need to see if it's LOD 3. Out of space LED 2. Let's try this. Let's give it more space, I guess. No. Oh yeah, now it's not hitting. Maybe this threshold is fucking it up. It's one of two things. It's either not getting through or we're freeing it. Oh, that makes it worse. That does make it a lot worse. IVEC 3 disk between the chunk center and cam pause. We are choosing to replace chunks with worse chunks. That's what's happening. Maybe it's LOD2 that's getting deleted and not LOD3. Let's go back to doing the LODs like this, just so that we can test this and see which LOD level is giving us problems. Never a problem when going upwards. It's a problem with going downwards. Yeah, it is a problem with 3 going down to 2. Or going up to 2, rather. Because it goes through it and then it... Just make a lot to see if that solves it. Go down. Up to 2. It's a problem with going upwards, not downwards. Why? Now it's a problem with this going. Is it really just that? Is it really just that we need more chunks? More space? I guess so. I guess the system I designed just isn't capable of having not enough. Okay. Well, I'm fine with it being like this, at least for now. You just have to have more chunks. And that's that. Alright, that should solve that. I think my cat may have drank from that cup. Perhaps. Why does it not work now? Wait, really? I need 64? I don't know, I had a sip of that water and then it just tastes like the cat may have had a part in that. The problem is, when we have more elevation, we have more chunks. So you're still gonna have that sometimes. Also, the skirts don't work right now. Why does it feel laggy? Even though we're apparently not late to the swap, it feels laggy. 13 is a lot. 14 is a lot. $14 is a lot. You know what it might actually be? Oh no, but we put that in a... We wrapped this, so this isn't even getting drawn. I could render dock it in a second. I wanted to see this first. Yeah, it still feels slow. It's the same thing. Do I think perhaps it's uploading twice? Yeah. Yeah, I do think it's that. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, it's saying to persistent map, but the issue is that we can't do that on Intel. Yeah, it says that this is fine. I mean, it's this is the way I've always done it. The fact that we're slow kind of sucks. Why are we slow? Why would we be slow now when we weren't slow before? Alright, let's render docket. Bro. I don't know. Voxel based? Not really. It's I mean technically it's meshed, so it isn't necessarily voxels, although the noise starts out as voxels. I guess you can think of it that way. The noise starts out as voxels and then we mesh it with marching cubes, so it's sort of starts out voxel, but yeah. So that's 5. That is 5. Seems large. Very large. When I go into mesh, no, not this. First of all, this is wrong, but we go into vertices ID. Vertices ID. Would really increasing the size of this really impact performance that bad? I don't know. I wouldn't think so. But I guess it's possible. But yeah, I made this +2, even though it shouldn't technically be +2. Because this is times 15. So actually it's, instead of +2, the real formula is that you add an offset for, you add plus, yeah, so you go here and then you go, this is plus, how do I do the math here? I did the parentheses fucked up. Or volume based, looking stuff like dual contouring. Down goes super far with it. Yeah, marching cubes is really awesome. It's not that that complicated really. It's fairly simple and it looks really great. It is branchy, but you know, it's easily done on the GPU. My last project was all on the CPU, so it was a little bit difficult, yeah. So it's one edge. There's 2 triangles on all of the edges, right? And so it is just them times 2 added together. So it's LOD res I 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. Times 12. Yeah. And then that's 1 vertex, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So times 6. That's the formula. That's the formula. Alright, peace out, Max. Hello, Cheese. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Just having a blast, you know. Having a blast. What I'm working on now is that I have some. I did end up taking a performance hit from what I just implemented, so I'm trying now to avoid being in pain. I wonder if without the skirts we're fine. Without the skirts, are we just fine? Or are we just fine without the skirts? Learning implemented convex hole collision. Yeah, I in my game engine I had Jarvis marched holes that I did collision with. It was a lot of fun. A lot of edge cases though. A lot of edge cases. So kind of painful. Okay, without the skirts, we're breaking. Without the skirts, everything sucks. Without the skirts, everything sucks. Why? Oh, because we're out of bounds. We do have to do this. Because we did the other thing, now we have to do this. So this is going to be plus U size times 12 times 6. And then all of this gets times chunk ID. That's the formula. And the same thing needs to go into where we push our vertices. Alright, let's try it. Ugh. It did seem to be fast, is what I noticed on the frame time. The frame time, by the way, that's just the GPU. That's just the GPU, so. Also, this is supposed to be U size. If this improves it, then I'll Alright, so without the skirts, how are we feeling in terms of frame time? With no skirts, how do we feel? I feel like we feel pretty good. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Also, we turned off backface culling, which probably actually matters. That probably matters a little bit. That does probably matter a little bit. Okay, so without the skirts, we're pretty happy. With the skirts, we are no longer happy. The problem is, so this marching cubes doesn't actually happen for each, you know, each chunk every frame. It only happens for new chunks, right? And we're lagging without even making new chunks. So, therefore, this being slow is kind of sucky. Because it's on the rendering side that the performance issue is, not actually. I don't think it's actually the margin cubes. I think it's when we're rendering the skirts itself. But we feel pretty good. No, 12. No, 12, 12. 11. 11. Really? Really? are we so slow? Really? It's not when we actually push them, it's when we're rendering. That's the problem. It's this. Unless that takes into account everything, but I don't think so. I think that frame S is literally just, yeah, just this. Rendering the skirts is the problem. Rendering the skirts is the problem. Really? Why is it so expensive to render the skirts? Why are you so expensive rendering the skirts? Yeah, I have no clue. Like if I make the skirts tinier, does it? It's literally just has a trouble drawing the triangles. We can skip triplanar mapping on them, I guess. Yeah, 11. 11, 11, 11, 11. It's slightly better when they're smaller, but yeah. Yeah, I assume that once we add the shadow mapping back in, then we're gonna have a problem. Then we're gonna have a problem. I totally forgot that we didn't even have that enabled right now. I didn't try this GL linear, which may look better. Shadow undeclared. So true, actually. Dustmite. I want to code my own malloc function, but I am on Windows and I heard that they differ from Linux to Windows. Should I switch to Linux to code it or just stay with Windows 10? I'm pretty sure you can malloc on Windows 10. I'm pretty sure that should be fine. I've never implemented malloc from scratch myself though, so I wouldn't know about that. I would not know about that. I don't think that we're seeing any shadows, so that's worrying. I think I might try it without the backface culling for the shadows. I think I may have fucked something up there. Where is it? It's here. Oh, what's up, Valigo? What's up? Yeah, somebody in my Discord said earlier that you had like a list of streamers or whatever, and that was awesome. I was watching your video on GDB sucking the other day, and I got a kick out of it. So thank you. I'm a GDB apologist though. I suck with with using it though. So yeah. Yeah, I'm still not seeing any. I'm still not seeing any. I mean, it is hard to honestly tell if the shadows are working. We should probably like just render the shadows or something. We should probably like render them white actually. We should probably render them white. So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'll probably just like that. Just to see if we get anything. It's a very niche video. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that I miss from Windows is Visual Studio, to be honest. It's like turning on cheats. Okay, well now the whole thing is white, which is probably not what we want. Oh wait, if it's 1 minus the shadow, then that means that we don't get anything. Okay, well then that's completely incorrect then. That is completely incorrect. That's what I expected, that we didn't have any shadows. I probably commented something out when I was working earlier. Your resident lurker, I really appreciate that. It's pretty incredible to hear that, because I don't know. The videos you make are pretty entertaining, and you're very knowledgeable about stuff in terms of C. Definitely learned a lot, so that was pretty crazy to hear. Okay, so I probably commented, yeah, I'm not. Oh wait, no, yeah, this actually is perfectly normal actually. We're not supposed to be outputting anything here, so that is correct. That is correct. I guess we can go back. I mean, this was supposed to be GL nearest earlier, so that's pretty fair. I'm like actually pretty sure that it's a camera matrix thing. So that is probably a camera matrix thing. We go based on cam, which should be fine, because we're only going to be using the camera that's on the ground. And the forward vector is going straight downwards. Yeah, this negated sunder is pretty funny. I kind of want to print out the shadow texture straight to, or maybe the depth texture straight to the thing. So that's what I'm going to do. Do you think coding in an RTS game, or at least an RTS enemy simulation, is a good next project? That could be interesting. I always wanted to make like a simulation of like life, like colonies or whatever. Like that would be pretty cool. I think that would be pretty neat. What is it? Is it it's the shadow map depth texture that I need to, that I would need to, yeah. So instead of, how do I sample this again? I just sample it via proj chords. Pause.w. And I get pause.w. vfrag pause light space. See, this is the thing, is like I followed the OpenGL tutorial on this and now I don't really remember how that's put together. But I probably changed something in the pipeline that now affects that. Yeah, let's actually print out the, let's print out vfrag pause light space. I want to see what that looks like. I better see some gradients. Yo, what's up, Ahmed? I'm trying to learn good English. Any resources? That's hard, because I mean English is my first language, so it's also my only language because I'm stupid, but yeah, that's hard. Have you tried Duolingo? I don't really like Duolingo, to be honest. So I don't know if I'd necessarily, I haven't worked very well with Duolingo, but then again, I suck at learning other languages, so so what am I actually looking for here? So it seems like it's all Z. It's all Z. And the black is happening in bands, it looks like. What would that mean? And then it goes Yeah. No, it's like an inverse thing, so goes to black and then back to blue in a gradient. And it's only blue. Okay. That doesn't seem correct to me. That does not seem correct to me. Let's see what the depth is. Learn language by watching PewDiePie. Yeah. Yeah. And I spent a lot of time when I was like younger, probably like 10 or 12, watching PewDiePie. When like YouTube was fresh. Very awesome. Okay, so it's all completely white. It's all one. So I feel like that can't be correct. It's got to be the projection matrix that's off, probably. My ortho. Because that can't all be one. There's just no way that would ever all be one. There's just no way. Unless the matrix is wrong, I think. But it worked fine before. Oh. Oh no, but this cam pause has the planet radius probably baked into it, I feel like. I feel like it probably has it baked into it. Alright, I can print it out. I can do this. I can put this on the texture and then draw the texture. That's kind of a pain to do though. I have to sample it here using the UVs. Just literally texture, what did I call this? yeah, PewDiePie is awesome. A lot of good memories of watching PewDiePie. I used to just like come home from school and then like make a bowl of popcorn and then just watch PewDiePie all the time. What is the uniform for this? Oh, do I not? Oh, I sample it inside of here, don't I? This is a mess. Okay, so shadow map is what it is. Oh, I have to do the. See, this is why I didn't want to do this. It's because now I have to actually do the resolution scaling thing. Also, I'm not actually even sure if this is going to work because the texture is actually like 128 by 128, so it isn't even obviously the correct resolution. So, okay. Okay, hopefully I didn't mess any of that up. Oh, I should have just done .r. Although it is in all of the... Okay. Pride color undeclared. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Wait, but I don't actually have to. No, I don't even have to. I don't even have to do that, because it should just output the depth to the thing anyway. Okay, it's all red. Which I suppose it makes sense. That it would all be red. However, yeah, now I'm kind of confused, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I think my next play is to honestly, like, start printing out the orthos. Like, to make sure that that's fine. I mean, it makes sense for this to all be red, but also, I don't know, it's not linearized depth. So that also is a thing about it, for sure. I have a feeling that it probably has to do with the fact that our cam pause now actually is translated by the planet radius, so it's actually like translated down 1,000 units, so I'm not sure how that affects this. I don't really remember how my debug pipeline for checking the depth beforehand was. I also want to make sure that we're actually doing the shadow pass, so just go to LOD max. Because, you know, this, obviously, we were only doing it on LOD 1, but yeah. I think that it's better to just do all of them now, because otherwise yeah, I may have made a mistake. I may have made a mistake. Also, our backface culling, I just want to disable it completely. Yeah, just disable it completely, because I don't want to mess with it, I guess. What does uPlanet radius have to do with it? Where do I use uPlanet radius? Oh. Am I supposed to be doing that? Maybe I don't do that. I think I do that inside of here though. I translate it up by uPlanet radius, so I do that here. Anyway. But maybe I'm doing it twice. Maybe I'm doing it twice. Let's try it without, I guess. I don't think I'm translating it twice. No, I'm not translating it twice. Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm definitely not. If I was translating it twice, then... yeah, I don't think so. I kind of want to render what the shadow map sees completely to the screen, but doing that requires some ingenuity. Honestly, what I could do is just replace our main texture with the shadow map texture. Actually, we already have it in here, so we can just print it out instead of this. Yeah, I already had this all set up. So this is just gonna see what the shadow map sees. Okay, so that's why I was concerned. That would be why I'm concerned. That would be why. Because it's just ones. Oh. Our clear color is wrong. Our clear color is wrong, I think. I think our clear color is supposed to be 0 for this. And then for the rest, it's supposed to be 1. That actually would make a little bit of sense. But I think that this honestly stopped working like way before that was a thing. So probably not actually. Probably not actually. Yeah, it's 100% has to be the light matrix. I wonder if I pass in our regular matrix what we see. That's what I'm gonna try now. If this still doesn't work with our regular matrix, then it's something else, but I'm like 99% sure that these matrices are not offset by planet radius or something like that. Okay, that's... okay, we saw something. Did see flashing black. Here's an idea. Let's try bringing the view far back to something normal. and then see if that has something to do with it, because at the end of the day it is just a depth texture. It is literally just a depth texture. The fact that now with our regular projection matrix, now it's like a real question, because if that doesn't work, then probably something serious is wrong. It all goes to 1. It all goes to 1. So it's definitely drawing something, because if we weren't to draw anything, then it would be black. It'd have to be black. So we're drawing things, there's just no contrast. There's just no contrast. Oh no, it's black. It's white. Why is it white? Why is it white and not black? Is there anything else here? No. Why is it white and not black? I clear it to black. I clear it to black. I do clear it to black. I mean, now the question is, like, if I draw to it with explicit... The thing is, I don't think that you can even do it here. You have to do it from actually within here. Or from within here. Instead of world pause, you want to put world pause dot w equals zero, and then let's see if drawing it with a depth of 0 will make it go to black. I don't know why it would be white. Why would it be white and not red also? That's something else that I'm wondering here. Oh, because we add .r, yeah. The UV makes sense, right? I guess for debug purposes, we can also make the resolution the same resolution as the screen, but I don't want to go that far with it right now. This still, at the end of the day, didn't work. That still didn't work. Maybe it was that's giving us problems. But I don't think so. I think that you do need to translate it up. You do need to translate it up. Okay, before we fuck something up there, let's get rid of this. Hmm. I'm gonna try get rid of everything else to see maybe. I want to try just drawing that just to see if for whatever reason it's getting occluded, or you know, something just is calling it somehow. Red. Okay. It may be that I'm not even binding the texture correctly, so that's what I'm gonna do next. Is here's a question. This should be the same as our regular depth buffer right now. It should be the same. So we should be able to just go to UDepth and then see the same thing. UDepth should give us the exact same result, and if it doesn't, then something's wrong with the texture or something. Okay, so at this point I think that there's probably something wrong with the sampling of these things. Oh right, we don't actually write to depth because of me commenting everything out. So that would probably be what is happening. we don't write to depth because, oh, I just commented in the wrong line. Yeah, now I mean I thought that it was the matrix that was wrong, but now I guess it's not the matrix because now we've proven that it isn't the matrix. Okay, so this is strange. That is strange. I just want to see if we're rendering. Okay, so we are rendering. And the alpha channel is linearized depth. All of it's black, which makes sense because our view far is extremely tiny. But depth just gives us red, pure red everywhere. Maybe we're stupid and we should only be looking at linearized depth anyway. That's probably the truth. Yeah, we probably should just be looking at linearized depth anyway. Yeah, maybe I'm just interpreting the data wrong. There. Yeah, probably just interpreting this wrong. Yeah, we should probably just like be going based off of the linear depth. The reason why this linear depth is probably so crazy is because it's like to whatever view far is, which is 100,000. So if you do that, then it probably makes a lot more sense, because now it's going to be 0 to 1 in the okay. Maybe not. Okay, there we go. So we can see the gradient here. So that's all we care about, right? Similarly, if we do this depth, then we have to divide by a large amount. So it's probably just interpreting the data incorrectly the whole time, and it was correct. I have a linearized function. I just want to make sure I need to make sure that they equal each other. or else it's not gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be pretty. Okay. Okay, so now let's linearize this. The non-linear depth texture, and then let's make sure that they match. They should match. Okay, they match. Okay, perfect, perfect. So now let's check shadow map. Now that I grew a brain and then realized that I have to linearize the depth, I sometimes forget that. Okay, there we go. So it works, it works, it works. It works. Okay. So now that shadow map has kind of linearized depth that we can check, now let's put back in the other matrices to see what is this clickbait again. Is it clickbait again? I'm legally obligated to not answer that question. I'm legally obligated to not answer the question. Okay, so it's hard to tell because the view far and the view near for the thing is different. So yeah, the view far and the view near is different for the thing. So I don't think that we can even just linearize this. I think that we have to do we just divide it by something. I think like 40 is what it is. I think it's 40. Because this is 40. This is 40. So it's gotta be something around there. You know? Okay, yeah. So I was so listen, there's a question mark after the clouds thing. I need to fix my shadows. Okay, I need to fix my shadows because they don't work for some reason. So I'm trying to figure out how to make them work. Okay, I divided it by 40 and now it doesn't show me anything. God damn it. Why is this so hard? I just want to see a gradient, god damn it. I just don't want to see like pure red on the screen. I want to go back to before we... Okay. So now just like, you know, throw up the geometry a little bit. Are we seeing any... Okay. I can't tell if I'm like hallucinating it moving. I can't tell if I'm hallucinating it moving. What if we're not supposed to negate this anymore? What if it's just sunder? What if that's it? What if we were negating the sun direction? Oh, but... No, yeah. No, you're supposed to negate the sun direction because you're going in the direction of the sun. Duh. Duh, idiot. No, I feel like it is moving. I feel like it is moving. Okay, let's just linearize the depth. Let's just linearize the depth correctly. So this one's, the far is 40 and then the near is 1. Okay. Let's check my email. Any good emails? No. Dude, it's hard because I have fucking HPPD, so I can't tell if it's moving or not. I have no clue if it's moving or not. Oh my god. Okay, I am not outputting anything, right? That is, yes, I'm doing the correct thing. And I don't have anything funny going on here. There's nothing funny going on there. There's nothing funny going on there. Why did I linearized it and then it came out bad? It came out bad. Maybe here's an idea. Here's an idea. What if we just make the far plane not far? What if we make it like 5? Because it should be right next to us anyway. So distance 1. Let's just start it real close. Start it real close, play it real close. Mulholland Drive. Yeah, I should get something to eat. I'm kind of tired, to be honest. Okay. And now just linearize it to 5. Okay, let's see if we see anything now. Because now it should be right next to me. Okay. But we proved that the texture is fine. The texture is fine, and with linearized depth, it looks completely normal. Dude, I'm seeing things. I see it. I see it. I see things moving. I see them move. I see them move. So are you telling me that this worked the whole time? And we just... I just thought that it didn't work. But it actually worked fine. It may have just worked fine the whole time, and I just thought that it didn't work. Okay. Okay. Let me try without linearizing it once just to see. Because with such a close far plane, I shouldn't even have to linearize it. And then once I check this out, I'm just going to go back to our regular rendering and then try to do the shadows again and see maybe I jostled it. Oh, I changed the shader while I was doing it. Okay, maybe this doesn't work. I don't know. Dude, we can't be serious. We cannot be serious here. Okay, we're just going to go back to rendering normal. Render just be normal. Just be normal. Let's render 1 minus shadow. Let us render 1 minus shadow. I really did want to do clouds today though. Fuck. But I needed to fix my shadows. Because how it's gonna look bad if I don't have the shadows. And then everybody's gonna see the stream and then be like, why do you have clouds before you have shadows, idiot? And then I'm gonna be like, oh, I did have shadows, but then I broke it somehow. And then they're gonna be like, well, idiot, you shouldn't have broken it then. And then I'm gonna be like, oh, my bad. So that's how I imagined it went in my head. See, it's completely white. Maybe it is the matrices. Maybe I hard code them. Maybe that's what I should do at this point. Here's a good question. This is supposed to be L-cam forward, by the way. I think. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see that before. I think that's pretty obviously supposed to be an L-cam forward. Maybe I just try making a regular projection matrix. Just hook it up to a regular projection matrix and then like see if it works or not. I don't know. Scale to the distance, which is 1. Add to cam pause. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. Oh shit. Oh no, never mind. We do have view planet radius here. Still interested about vfrag pause light space because that earlier was, it looked wrong. Because it only had Z in it. I don't know, I'm kind of out of steam to be honest. So he's all blue. And then it has those bands. Has bands. Pause. V pause. Let's try not adding uPlanet. Oh, but then we won't see anything. It's absolutely necessary to have that. It should be pretty much the same as this. It should pretty much be the same. Because now I don't know. Maybe it is supposed to be all blue because the camera is straight from the top. Maybe it is supposed to be all blue because it is straight from the top. I hate to have to do this, but I think that we have to. I think that we have to render the scene from the camera. I think that we have to render it from this. Actually, no. No, yeah. Let's just cheat it. Let's just cheat it. Let's just cheat it and do this here. Just literally do this, and then we'll be able to see what Light Proj and Light View actually are doing. Because once we have Light Proj and Light View, then we'll actually be able to be able to see what's happening. Okay, so completely black. Completely black. That's what I was expecting. It's exactly what I was expecting. So it's something with the matrices that's wrong. Oh, I meant to do this. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Okay, we gotta BCO this. I just can't. I can't anymore. Let's just do a thing here where we just do it might have been that actually. No. I don't see anything. Oh, target is this one. I don't think it should matter though. we only use that against the eye. I didn't do anything fucked up here, like right where I didn't. I just want to make sure that I'm not, because this is starting to really not make sense. Oh my god, I just figured it out. I just figured it out. We changed how we made our matrices. We never make a basis for this. We never make a basis for this. And so we never set... I just figured it out. Okay, my bad. Is right actually Y? I think it is Y in this convention. Okay, well that's kind of shitty to realize. In this convention, it should be Y positive is the right. Okay, I guess not. We could just do this to get it. What is this, man? It's just a simulation, kind of like a graphics engine I've been working on. You can see what it looks like in a second. I'm just kind of debugging something here. Yeah, it's got like bodies in like celestial bodies, right? And then you can go down on the planets and walk around. That's what it's all about. Okay, this still doesn't work though, which is very surprising. You know, it's gotta be that though. It has to be. It has to be that. Yeah, let's just go based on pause instead of can pause. With the offset. got no distance left to run. We should be able to see something. We should be able to see something, is the thing. So us not seeing anything is like... I'm just making sure that I did all this right, because this I totally thought that this was gonna be it. I totally thought that that was gonna be it. This should all be correct. -1, like that's absolutely 100% correct. Unless there's something weird happening where that is breaking, but I'm not sure. Like, we could try -0.9 or something. Maybe it's some like epsilon thing where it flips axis when it's -1. No. If it's on top of the camera position, then it should show something. Okay, I think I'm ready to print out the Mat 4s. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna render the Skybox now. Oh, but yeah, that won't actually help us. Something good to check might be, like, if we just try our light projection and view matrix within our Skybox. Because that will show us actually where the camera is pointed, at least. And we'll be able to see if it's, you know, if it's pointing where it needs to be pointed. At this point, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Let's see. Let's see where the camera is pointed. Oh, I didn't actually use them. If I had to guess, it's pointing straight down. I think it's pointing straight down, and that it's going to be correct. If I had to guess, I think something else is wrong. I think something else is wrong, to be honest. Why does it render black? Oh, whoops. I thought that I did this wrong, and it turns out I did do this wrong. I've been watching a lot of horror movies lately. I'm going through this letterbox list with just like a ton of horror movies, trying to see the ones that I haven't seen. Okay, that's just ridiculous. That's just fucking ridiculous. We are updating it, right? We update light camera. It's just black. So what's the difference between that matrix and our matrix? Let's try computing bases like that. Okay, I'm kind of tilted, not gonna lie. I'm kind of tilted. Okay. I'm kind of tilted. Okay. Okay, you win. You win. You win, you win, you win. Alright, I figured it out. So I was kind of stubborn for the past like 10-15 minutes because I didn't want to do this. Technically speaking, the forward vector should just be -1. Okay, but I think it's not. Maybe I'm just too stupid, and just computing it from scratch apparently works. So if computing it from scratch works, then whatever. I'm not going to be mad about it. I just am going to accept my fate, and we're gonna move on with our lives. We're gonna move on with our lives. We're just gonna scale the position beforehand now and move on with our lives. Well, just another day of, you know, spending like 30, 40, maybe it was an hour, I don't really remember. Probably an hour. Oh, more than an hour. More than an hour working on something that could have probably figured out in like 10 minutes, but that's completely fine. That's completely fine. We're completely okay with it. All right. This is why, okay, so the lesson here is when something happens and it breaks your thing, you should fix it immediately instead of being like, oh, I broke it, I'll fix it later. You should fix it immediately because you're just gonna forget how it works. And then like later on you're gonna be like confused. Okay, and now our shadows work. That's a shadow right there actually. It's kind of hard to you know, to tell, but yeah, that's a shadow right there. So us going downwards is getting rid of it, which I feel like shouldn't be happening, not gonna lie. Not really sure why that would be occurring. But we do have shadows again. Get this out of here. Get that out of there. Go back to this. Maybe it's supposed to be minus? No, it's definitely supposed to be plus. We're just gonna write it out like this. Let's hope that it was that. Was the problem? Okay. Okay, okay. Where are the shadows? Oh, there they are. There's a shadow right there. Okay, that was a bit weird. Why did... What? Why does it disappear when I go here? Sir? Obviously we can see like where it's moving, but what I'm interested in is like that. Like, what is that about? Like that. Oh. Oh. That's what's happening. It calls the chunks that aren't not in frustum, and then that breaks it. Oh. Well, we could get the frustum of both cameras and then check against both of them. How do you get the planes the same way out of a ortho matrix? Is it the same thing? Yeah, you could get 2 sets of planes, I guess, and then test against them. Test against both of them. And then yeah, you might want to keep that separate. You might want to keep those planes separate because those planes are the ones that you want to free with rather than make them. Because you don't want to do something that's, maybe you do. You probably do. Okay, so then you get 2 sets of planes and then test against them. Test against both of them. Let's just make this a generic function. So I'm just going to make that a generic function, and now we have 2 sets of planes. We're going to put in current cam, and we will also put in the light cam. I don't think I have it externed. And then when we're testing against it, we want to test against both planes. Now, I'm not sure if this method works with an ortho matrix. No clue. 0 clue. So no clue if it's gonna work, but I am just going to attempt it. So far, no bug, which is nice. Oh, that's actually fine. I don't like how when I'm moving, it moves with me. Oh, that's actually just how the depth limitation. That's actually just the depth limitation, I think. It needs to be much higher. I think it needs to be like 100 in the sky. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so that's pretty bad. Yeah, now we're not seeing anything. So at the bottom here, do I not know how ortho matrices work? Maybe not. It feels like it's moving away from me though. Yeah, it feels like it isn't centered. Because like, that's moving away from me. Oh wait, this is supposed to be later. Duh. It doesn't feel centered on me. I also gotta fix the bumpiness on the walking around. That's something that I have to fix. It's probably a fast fix. I just have to do it. See? It's moving away. It's almost like it's offset. Like that's correct. It's just over there. Maybe pushing in the light direction for the distance. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you probably need bigger bounds then if you're gonna do that with an ortho. Yeah, but then the frustum becomes so massive. It's the problem. Okay, so now this is working, yeah. Obviously it's not perfect though like this. Evidently you need a pretty big ortho matrix to unless it's the view far that's the problem. I don't think so. I think it's probably this, but the further you make these, the issue becomes then the issue becomes the frustum now makes it so that we have really hard times with our chunks, with our chunk loading, because now we have to load in so many more chunks than necessary. But that's where cascaded shadow mapping comes into play. Helps a lot. We don't have it yet though. Alright, pretty good. Pretty cool. Alright, we got it working. Took a while though. So sorry about that, but is what it is. Now back to what I was supposed to do at the beginning here was I was trying to check if we could make that linear, the shadow map texture. That's what I was doing before any of this happened. I was trying to see if I could make this linear. So that I could make the calculation a bit cheaper for it. Yeah, actually 10 milliseconds isn't even bad for, you know, Intel integrated graphics. Not half bad. What time? 7. Yeah, not bad. For our shadow calculation, if I just go linear with it, can't I just do this? Like, then I don't have to do any of this PCF bullshit. And I can just... I can just do this. Let's try that. Okay, no. No, it's not great. It's not. It's really not great. It's quite wiggly. Yeah. Because it's not the texture itself. It's also the... Yeah. Okay, well, I had my little experiment. I guess there's a reason for that to be like that. I also want to make sure now that we can turn back face culling and see if that works properly. We want to do the opposite of what makes sense, which is to actually back face cull the shadow map stuff. I kind of wanted to do shadow mapping on the water too. Kind of want to do shadow mapping on the water, so I kind of want to do that as well. Obviously at this resolution you have a lot of artifacts for the... What the fuck? What? Okay, so the back face culling is not correct. Yeah, you don't want to do that apparently. Maybe you want to cull front faces? No, you want to cull the opposite. Huh. Well, it appears like this works. So, whatever. Alright, shadows. Shadows done. Well, redone. Done again. 10 is not bad, but then again, we don't have water. We didn't have water as a part of it. So, probably really slow, actually. And with meshing taking extra long, we're probably no longer under the swap. So... What the fuck did I do? Are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? What is that? Why did I? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Whoa. Whoa. That's kind of sick. Wow. It looks like... That's cool. It's not correct, but it's cool. Alright, what is our time at? 13. But I'm not actually sure if we're late to the swap. It says that we're fine. It says that we're fine. But yeah, 5 milliseconds for mesh is long. But yeah. That's because of testing against both frustums. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Maybe there's a way to collapse the planes into one. I don't think so, but whatever, we get to the swap, so that's fine. Is it time to do clouds? Oh yeah, let's fix this water thing. Why is this not working? That's a good question. I probably maybe it's something in post-process. I don't know. Disable a coal face. Bro. Bro. Why did the water break? Let's think about what we're seeing. Are we writing to depth correctly in mesh.frag? That's a good question. Okay, we're not writing to depth correctly in mesh.frag. That's what's happening. What's happening is that we are not linearizing the depth. That's what's happening. Alright, now we linearized. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. The problem is, like, with bloom and stuff, we're definitely over the swap, which is a bummer. Like 100% over the swap, so. Not that much I can do about that. That just kind of is the way it is. That's just the way it is. We are kind of rough around the edges, not gonna lie. Yeah, we do feel like we're late to the swaps sometimes. Like here we are. This is 14. So that's 19. So yeah, we are sometimes late to the swap. On NVIDIA we're fine, probably. Like very fine. On NVIDIA we probably have no problem. Actually, let's just check it just to prove it. We're probably like a few milliseconds for the actual frame on NVIDIA. Oh, this looks weird on NVIDIA. Interesting. Interesting. The depth gets visualized differently. Oh, probably because of the selection texture, yeah. Not getting zeroed. That's what that red outline is. Yeah, let's see how fast it is. 3 milliseconds. 3 milliseconds. So, for anyone who is wondering, on Intel, our frame is 14 milliseconds. And on the NVIDIA mobile GPU, it is 3 milliseconds to render. 3 milliseconds. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane. Yeah. Yeah. That's insane. Alright, I'm kind of out of it. I want to take a breather and I need to eat something. And then I'll come back and try to work on clouds for a little bit. I don't really know what my approach is going to be. I've been trying to think about it. I think I kind of want to do a sphere just like I have the sphere for the atmosphere, but have it to inner radius rather than outer radius, right? The sphere is to the outer radius of the atmosphere, and so the sphere for the clouds would probably be to the inner radius. So that's my idea there. Like the atmosphere that vert, if we go here, this is pos times equals the outer radius. So yeah, I'm thinking we just do it to the inner. And we do it like in a similar way to this. And then we just ray march it. And then we probably just FBM it. We probably just sample the FBM texture as we're stepping through the volume. I don't know if they're gonna look flat though, is the thing. Like at the end of the day, a sphere is still a sphere. I'm not sure. I think that's my idea though. I don't know if they're gonna be 3D or not. That's the thing. Like if I do my idea right, if you go up close to them, then they're just gonna be 2D, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break. Probably like 10-minute break. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Clouds. Maybe we just cube map the clouds too. We just put it on the same cube map as the atmosphere. We just have it as a separate rendering pass. We just have it as a separate shader. Alright. Okay, by the way, I am completely in the dark about this. I looked this up. Hey, how do I do clouds? And everybody was like, just do a texture, bro. It's like, okay, but how do I simulate clouds? And everything was like, okay, we don't really know how to simulate clouds, but you know, here's how you fake it. And I was like, okay, let's simulate clouds. Let's figure out how to really do it. And I came up with a few ideas. I'm basically just gonna FBM noise it and try to do it in a good way, instead of a bad way. So that's what we're gonna try to do. So obviously we talked about this earlier. We are gonna need the inner radius, so that's gonna be something that we do need. We also are going to need, let's get a uniform sampler, not a sampler, a sampler 3D. Let's get the FBM text in here. Okay, and let's also get the Perlin text in here because why not? Okay. So we have the inner radius, right, which we are going to go out to. And we're going to do it all in the vert shader, pretty much. Frag will literally just interpolate. Okay. Oh, I just swallowed something I probably should not have. Or I was fine to swallow it. I just had to chew it like one more time. But, you know, that's fine. It's completely fine. Okay. So how are we going to do this? It's going to be similar to the atmosphere thing. So I'm thinking like we just kind of copy our homework about it a little bit. We basically, we just want to do that, right? We just want to take our position and move it by the inner radius this time. We are going to do similar things here. I think actually like it's pretty much going to be the same code. I think it actually is exactly the same code pretty much, other than the calculation at the end. We really want a lot of this to be the same because we really want this to be the same because we want to have the same effect, right? When you're going up to it, our angle needs to change, right? So I think that that's important. So I think that this is that behavior, right, that we want to have. And honestly, I think that this is pretty much exactly what we want. Or maybe we don't need it to be that intense. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here, to be honest. I think we're just gonna send it. To be honest. I think we will just send it. Okay. Okay. So I think we just copy our own homework until we need to change it. So let's just do that until we need to change it. If we eventually need to change it, then that's another story. We also have outer radius here, which I think is just going to be replaced by inner radius. Also, this depth thing. Let's try this. Because we don't want anything with inner radius. Okay. I constanted it. Okay. Okay. So, going back to what I was saying here. We're going to step through the array and just sample the FBM text at every point in the array. At a very low frequency. And then add that up into the color. Starting very simple here. I want to know how we... I think I burned my tongue, like really bad or something. Like my tongue is all tingly. So I think I burned it. Which kind of sucks. So we want our sample point to plus equals the sample array. That makes complete sense. Now the formula they do is height and depth, right? And then they get the angle. We don't really need to do any of that. All we need to do is add on to color, texture FBM text, indexed by sample array, or sample point times 0.001 times 0.1, something like that. And then v color equals color, and then GL position equals projection times view times vec4 pause classic there, the classic, and let me check if anything else, we need anything else. Alright, we have to do some funky thing here to position it. We need p pause minus equals the inner radius. And then minus equals the scaled cam.z minus inner radius. I don't really think we want any of that, bro. We do need scaled cam, though. Scaled cam is necessary. Fuck, that's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, so let's just commit to having it the same, be the same convention. Let's just commit to it. So if it's going to be the same convention, then we do need to subtract the inner radius. Not really sure about that. And then subtract, I feel like that's going to be way too low. Okay. Okay. I think that's basically what we're doing. I'm not forgetting anything here, right? I don't think so. We just literally interpolate it. Okay. Okay. So now let's put all of these uniforms into it and call it. It's going to be called, I'm going to call it with the atmosphere shader and do it on top of it. So after we render the atmosphere, I'll just put it right here where we will render the clouds. Hey Zelda. Zelda Real. Was there another one? I think I burned my tongue. It sucks. It hurts. It sucks. Okay, so I think I'm going to put it right after the atmosphere shader. And put it on the same FBO. The problem is that I have, oh, this is render sky from outside atmosphere, so we're not even going to worry about that now. We'll just put it here. Though the fake is the evil twin I have in my basement, I spoon feed Vim juice every day. Oh, so you're having your evil arc now, because you've been persecuted for using Emacs, and so now you're just shooting strays, you know what I mean? So that's what you are right now? Is that what's happening? We made fun of you for using Emacs, and now you're just... Is it justifiable if you use Emacs in evil mode? That's cringe. That is cringe. If you're gonna use Emacs, then use Emacs. Like, that's cringe. That's cringe. That's cringe. That's crazy. That is cringe. You're usually based about so many things, but that's just so cringe. How can you be like, you're talking about Emacs all the time? Oh my god, Emacs! Oh, Emacs is so great. Emacs, you're cheating. Okay, but org mode and Magid is life changing. I don't know what Magid is. I don't know what Magid is. That sounds like a character from D&D. It sounds like a currency in D&D. Oh, could you spare 2 Magids? Magid is a Git porcelain. Porcelain? Like tchotchkes. Tchotchkes. Like trinkets? Like trinkets that you put on the shelf? That sort of porcelain? That's crazy. That's crazy. I went ahead and I did fucking this shit, and I said, okay, enough bullshitting around, I'm going to do clouds. And now the person who was complaining about me not doing clouds isn't even here, so. Okay, so in Git terms, porcelain is all the git pull push, yeah. And plumbing is the thing you don't write out in the terminal. I don't know what plumbing is because I just write it out in the terminal. And Magic just wraps it into a nice UI in Emacs. You're talking about plumbing is like when you have to merge and like when you have to do the, what is it again? I don't really remember. When you have to, there's a word that I'm trying to think about that I've done before, but I did it in the terminal. Whatever it was. Is that what plumbing is? Enlighten me on the plumbing thing. I'm not smart enough to know any of that. What is plumbing? I did unclog the toilet the other day though. That is real plumbing. That is real plumbing. Okay, so we want to get some uniforms in here for sure. No doubt about it. So you inner radius, we also have that. I think other than that, we just need the textures, brother. That's what it's called in Git terms. It's like Git commit tree. Git cat file. I have no clue what that is. Okay, never mind. That's not what I thought plumbing was. I used jujitsu for a while and then I realized I have to treat myself better. So yeah, I don't use mercurial anymore. Jujutsu? Like you're talking about like martial arts? Is that what we're talking about here? Because if we are, then that's badass. But I think you're talking about something else. Version control system. I see. So not Git. It's like Git systems and Mercurial's UX, but it kind of sucks. Okay, here's a question for you. What the fuck is the difference between a UX and a UI? You probably know that. But like what is the difference really? Because I see job postings for UX designers all the time. And it's like, okay, but that's the same thing as UI, right? UX is user experience and UI is user interface. Oh, user experience. Wow. It's like we're designing rides at fucking Six Flags. Like, what do you mean? Like, what? user experience. Aha. I get it. So it's all about bureaucracy. Okay, well, so that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. So we're just gonna do this down here, and like how in GIMP you try to color it later and you cry. That's bad UI. No, that's bad UI. The UI is dog shit. That creates the bad user experience, but it's UI. Also, GIMP is based. Don't even get me on that. Don't even get me there. Git is based. Git is based. Git is based. Git is based. I need to get some textures. I'm gonna rewrite my whole game in Clojure. The fuck? Dude. Half of the time you just say words. Like, literally, like, what the fuck do any of the words you say mean? I mean that, like, in a nice way. I mean, I don't even know what you... Like, what? How do I not know anything that you say? I just don't... I don't know. It's just very, very hard. Clojure is Lisp, but on the JVM. Okay. Java Virtual Machine? It's something Java. I know it's Java. But what is JVM? I know the JDK. I know the JRE. Yeah, Java Runtime Environment. What the fuck is a JVM? Yes, it's the Java Virtual Machine. I get it. I get it 100%. Okay. So, hold on. I think I may need... Oh yeah, I need fake proj and you fake view. So true, actually. Fuck, bro, this is such a pain in the ass. Whatever. I can handle it. I can fucking handle it. Because I can handle it. I can fucking handle it. Okay. You fake proj. What? Also, you're the C expert. What's the difference between Ninja and Make? First of all, that's like more of a C++ thing. You know, CMake. It's kind of more modern. But anyway, Ninja is... It like keeps track of all changes. And Make just makes. But Ninja actually like knows when things change. So like, see when you have Ninja or CMake or whatever. CMake has Ninja inside of it. At least that's from what I understand from building stuff. But I've never actually used Ninja in any of my projects because there would be no point. I need to set up a way to run my game in Emacs like I could in Eclipse. Yeah, don't you have just like, can't you just... Isn't there just like a CMake but for Java? Like just where you can just compile and then run it? Why is that not a thing? Or why don't you just have it? I just have a terminal open. I just swap to the terminal and do this. Yeah, but it's a Maven project. Or a REPL thingamajig. Just make a script, bro. Just make a build script. That's the way. That is the way. That is the way. A build script is always the solution. Okay. Okay. Almost done. So we need to set for FV. We have to change these to atmosphere, by the way, but only in a second. We're just gonna do 1 0. What? Too many arguments. You're an argument. What are you talking about? Oh. Beastars? I thought that you were saying that that was a manga. No, but then it has to turn all my Java files into class files, and it's a whole mess. That sounds like a bunch of object-oriented programming. I'm banned from object-oriented programming because I have bad behavior when it comes to I don't know. When we start talking about objects and classes, there's just something inside of me that just breaks a little bit, you know what I mean? It just like shatters and fractures. And then I like start getting violent. I start getting violent. Yeah, I start growing hair. It's like a werewolf starts coming out. Yeah, man, it's not good. It is not good. Okay, I mean, now, if this is gonna work, I have no fucking clue. I just kind of did it because why not? Because why not? Furry romance wrapped in mafia, coming of age and murder mystery, and a bit of allegorical racism. See, that seems cool. I'm just not that big of a coming of age sort of guy. F scale depth undeclared. Right. Start depth use uninitialized. No function with name scale. You're actually so right, but where do we even use scale? We don't even use scale. Oh, we do. Okay. What else do I need here? I need UF scale depth. Actually, we can just hard code it. Float UF scale depth equals 0.25. Okie dokie. Speaking of werewolves, no, but they're all like 17, and somehow the small dwarf rabbit tops. Okay. Okay, so it's not for children. Is this what you're saying? It should be that. About that. Yeah. GL position undeclared. Brother, am I stupid? Yeah, I am stupid. Why did I not put a thing there? Also, the whole show is the backbone of herbivores versus carnivores. Yeah, I mean, the opening scene is a herbivore getting there's not like any nudity shown outright. Okay, I'm not sure. A herbivore. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? Vector size mismatch. Why? Hey, James Warlord. How are you doing? You get to eat it. Oh, okay. That's sort of demolished. I get it. I get it. I get you. I get you 100%. Okay, so I don't see any clouds. I don't see any clouds. Bro, I don't see any clouds. So be so real with me right now. Why are there no clouds? Okay. Okay, there's nothing in the sky. Which language am I coding? C. C. All in C. Okay. Okay, let's just choose a good sample length of like 10. Let's just hard code it. Just dropping by, have fun. Thank you. I appreciate the stop by and the saying hi. Oh, also this is supposed to be .r. It's supposed to be that. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'm just gonna say 111 and then see if we can get some white. Just to see that I didn't fuck something up. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Okay, so something is fucked up where we aren't drawing. Or this is wrong. Big Plume is gonna get the Earth together. Is that so? Yeah, that sounds crazy. Herbivores versus carnivores. So like dinosaurs. Like basically dinosaurs. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, and the carnivores are like not liked because they eat herbivores. Yeah, I mean, if I was a carnivore, I'd totally. I am a carnivore, actually. Believe it or not, that's so true. I am totally a carnivore. Holy shit. Hold on a second. We may, yeah. This is supposed to be you fake proj. You fake view. I wonder if I was what it would be like to be a vegan. That sounds crazy. Doesn't that sound crazy? If you were a carnivore in a world of furries instead of humans at 17, and you're a wolf, would you flow Kirkoonly do it? I would probably do it, yeah. I would chow down. Okay. Didn't work. Your friend is a vegetarian? That's awesome. I love vegetarians. But like you'd get arrested. Yeah, but I'm like hungry or whatever. I don't know. Okay, so here's a question. Why don't they just eat food? Like at the cafeteria, like do they not serve meat? Or am I stupid? They're all vegan. I think it's like vegan meat. Oh. So it's not, because furries are animals here, so. Damn. Truman Show vibe? I don't like Truman Show, but it's a Truman Show vibe for sure. The white. That's crazy. I guess it's because furries, if the world was full of furries, then there would be no one to kill because it would be like inhumane to kill furries or whatever. Because they're like humans or whatever. Oh, we need to do GL frame buffer texture. You're so right. You are so right, bro. If the world were full of furries, I wouldn't go outside. Why? I thought that you like furries. If you like watch a furry show or whatever. Oh, it's bright outside. It's bright outside. Okay, so this I have no clue why this doesn't work in here. Because technically it should be the same thing. But this apparently doesn't work. Even though it should be the same thing technically. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Bruh. Like, why is it over there? Oh. No, that doesn't make any sense. What if we just subtract inner radius? No, yeah, that's what puts it in the corner, bro. Yeah, I got no clue. I have no fucking clue. Oh no, this makes complete sense. This makes complete sense. And then when we go out, we should. Okay, Okay. Okay, I'm not really sure if it works or not, but whatever. Can we try not having just white now? Imagine if we were all a lamp, like Beauty and the Beast sort of thing, like just like. Okay, that still is very bright. Okay, let's try 0.05. We all use Emacs with meow mode. Okay, that does not look like clouds. I'm not gonna lie, it just doesn't really scream clouds to me. It's not really screaming clouds. What is meow mode? Is that like a new like a thing that they invented? Okay, that's kind of giving me cloud vibes. It kind of does give me cloud vibes. But like certainly a bit strange for sure. Also, they're supposed to be see-through, of course. It's like a big part of it. It's supposed to be see-through. So we want to turn on GL blend and then just go just do this. Oh fuck. Meow is like cocoon simulation for Emacs. Like emo mode simulates film. So basically just Helix. So basically just Helix. But worse. I would probably fuck with that, to be honest. Maybe I'll give Emacs a try. I tried it before and then I realized, wow, this shit just makes me slow as fuck. Like I literally became like 10 times slower. Like I'm not exaggerating. Okay. We could just cheat here. I'm gonna cheat here because I don't really give a fuck, bro. I don't really fucking care. I'm gonna cheat here instead of blending. I'm just going to sample the texture at the same time. Like, what are you gonna do about it? What, cry? What, are you gonna cry? You're gonna cry or something? Oh. How do you bind one? How do you bind one face of a cube map? Okay, let me look it up. Stock Emacs is fucking ass. I don't know. I thought that I was gonna be like an Emacs purist though. Okay, I know this. I need to GL texture view. Fuck. You cannot bind a cube map face to sampler 2D. Why? Literally why? That makes no fucking sense. Why? Can you not do that? Why can you not do that? Okay, we gotta make the blend work. Somehow. It's gotta work somehow. I don't know how this works. You've been having trouble setting up bindings for it. That's why you're on emo mode. Yeah, you should watch the video that Soding has on it. On his Emacs configuration. Spacemax. You put Emacs daemon into your XNRC. And then instead of Emacs, you have Emacs with Emacs client C. I see. No one wants to press Control X, Control S to save a file. Have you ever used fucking Nano? Dude, Nano sucks. Nano fucking sucks. I cannot stand Nano. There are people that actually unironically use Nano. Like, people actually use that shit. People literally go into their terminal and type Nano. Like, what? That's insane to me. Nano is probably like top 10 worst pieces of software ever created. I'm sorry, but it's so fucking bad. Alpine Docker instance? What? You can't use Vim at that point? Like, Vim comes too, right? I don't know. Sampling it with a vector would fucking suck. Would actually fucking suck so bad. I mean, I can cheat it and sample it with a vector. It's just gonna fucking suck. It's just gonna suck so bad. But we can cheat it, I guess. Oh, but that's... Don't you need it in... Sampler cube, cube map. We need the cube map. Viz or over Vim. What is viz? I know about v or vi. I don't know what viz. Unless you misspelled it. This is like Vim, but with Helix's modal selection. WD instead of DW to delete a word. Okay, so like Vim, but better. Okay, so why not just use Helix, though? Why just not use Helix at that point? And if you say Helix is ass, I'm going to actually ban. You're banned, you're banned, you're banned, you're banned. You're banned, you're banned. Helix is bad because terminal? Because terminal? What do you mean because terminal? What? It's terminal? Because it's in a terminal? So Vim is bad? Oh, because Emacs is an I get it. I get it. I get where you're coming from there. I just think that you're completely lost. You're lost in the sauce for sure. Message retracted? Real programmers use TECO. What is that? If I want to know everything about like internet-y shit, then like what then like how do I become like you? You know what I mean? How do I become like you? This is actually working, by the way. It's just not, it doesn't seem quite correct, I'm not gonna lie. Also, that doesn't really instill a lot of confidence into me. I'm not gonna lie, but this kind of, it does have a cloudy vibe to it. It does have a cloudy vibe to it. Let's just try pause. Let's try a position. It's like a text editor, but the syntax to do something you type fucking what or some shit. Emacs was made because Tico is like that. Oh, so it was basically dog shit is what you're saying. Okay, so it doesn't really blend properly. You probably just want to multiply. Not gonna lie. Also, what the fuck is that? What is that? The fuck? Why does it... What? The fuck are you talking about? Why does that happen? Why does that happen? What the fuck? let's just normalize a position. The fuck are you talking? Let's go multiply it. Like a text editor. Oh yeah, you said that. Emacs just came with macros pre-installed. I see. So why did they make that? Why did they make that in the first place? Okay, so multiplying definitely isn't the way to do it. You definitely want to add it. You definitely want to add it a bit. Alright, now let's just bring it up a bit so that we can see it properly. Do I know what I'm doing? No. Am I going to continue doing it? Yes. Back when you typed on a brick bigger than your thigh? Why does it unalign? Why does it unalign? It is only perfectly aligned when you're on the surface. Bro, I don't fucking know. I have no clue how REPL works. I have no clue. You just have to... You never got diagnosed with anything? Really? Damn. That's unlucky. You gotta try again. Just give it another shot. Okay, I feel like it is kind of cloudy. It is kind of cloudy. But we need to... Yeah, something like that. We need to make it... We need to pow it. We need to pow it, yeah. My parents don't want to take me because it's all about that damn laptop. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Is this kind of cloudy or? It kind of gives me cloud vibes. Like, that's kind of cloud. That's kind of like a cloud. You can POW a Vec 3, right? Pretty sure. Big Cloud is waiting for your code to work. Stop at once before Big Cloud gets the best of you. Thanks. Thanks for your support, telling me to stop at once. Oh, you have to. Okay, so that's it does work. You just have to put a vec3 there. Is C not just? I think it's very just in terms of like, you know, being good like human. C is good. C is good for that. Okay, now what the fuck are we talking about, bro? Can you explain that to me? What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about? It's all white. What are we talking about? Oh, maybe because I went to 10 samples? Hmm. Why do I feel like this sucks? Maybe this is not how you're supposed to make clouds. I think it kind of felt like clouds when we were doing it earlier. But maybe also POW 4 is too much. Too much powing. Why does it feel like somebody's watching me? Yeah, that's sort of cloudy. That's sort of cloudy. I mean, it's sort of... Yeah. Rewrite my whole project on Lisp. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. But that's a good suggestion. I'll keep it in mind. I'll keep it in mind. Yeah, when you go to the power of 5, then it's all of a sudden starts being temperamental. I love typing +1 2 instead of 1 + 2. I've never done anything in Lisp. So, do they have jobs for Lisp? If they do, then yeah, I'll do it. At this point, I'm debating learning fucking C#. Oh, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. I'll learn C#. I'll even learn C#. Okay, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. Yeah, you know, this looks like complete fucking ass. This looks like complete fucking ass. Holy shit. Kebabs are cool. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I'm not like the biggest kebab guy. I like the smell of kebabs. Like when you're like wherever and they're selling kebabs, you know, and it's like smells good and shit. I like the smell of kebabs. So I can relate, you know. Maybe we need just sample length 10. So instead of any of this shit, just that. Why does it feel like somebody's watching me? Yeah, it just looks like a complete ass. Because it looks stretched. It looks like it's stretched along the sky. All meat burrito? That's alright. I'm a fan of some greens in the burritos. Not gonna lie. I like... So are you telling me that you're like the... What the fuck? This is complete ass. Okay, don't do that. Are you telling me that you're basically like a carnivore from fucking Beastars? Is that what you're saying? If so, that's crazy. Because you're gonna have to get sorry, I'm coding right now. I'm coding, so it's my bad. Saova Simulator. Okay, got it. Got it. This isn't really going how I wanted it to. I may have to rethink my... Holy fuck, this is laggy. Holy shit. It looks great. Super laggy. Oh my god. Oh my god. It looks kind of good. It's just sort of... It's not really clouds. It's sort of just... You could layer the noise more, I guess. I'm going to my brother's wedding tomorrow and I'll be staying at their place for a week. That's awesome. I like weddings. I haven't been to many. I have not been to many. I do like them though. I feel like this is just us recompiling this. Have I ever used Emacs? Yes. I saw that before you retracted your message. I did. Sudo whatever, install Emacs now. I'll consider it. I think I would like Emacs. This is kind of cool. It makes the sky kind of look like... It makes the sky kind of look like watercolor. We are slow though. We're slow as all hell. Probably because we're doing so many samples, huh? Should probably only be doing like 3 samples, 2 samples, something like that. But then we gotta bump this up if we do that. It's like 3 lines of E-list and you're cooking. Is WLK low key? What do clouds look like? What do clouds look like, huh? Clouds are like cloudy and stuff. I would give you $2 bajillion if you showed up on tomorrow's stream rocking Doom Emacs. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. Okay, that looks kind of kind of like clouds, not gonna lie. We kind of are getting there. It just kind of... looks sort of fuzzy. Like it looks sort of fuzzy. So this is like the big cloud shape, and then the rest of it is... And then the rest of it is just... The rest of it is just detail. That's my idea here. That this one's the shape, so that's a lot of amplitude, and then the rest is like... Okay, but... It's hard to make it not explode in intensity. Make it monochrome? This is... What do you mean? A crown now? Good. I do see the crown. You're number one in this chat? Yeah, I don't know why you weren't number one before. To be honest. Like, who else would be number one? Who's number one before you? Ahmed. But you've sent like 20,000 messages in this chat. I don't understand how you wouldn't be number one. They're robbing you. Why are you bald in your chest engine video? I'm actually supposed to be buzz cut. It's only because I'm lazy that I'm not currently, but it is my typical thing. What are little Uzi vert files? They're vertex shaders. They're vertex shaders. So basically when you have a point and you're drawing it, then the GPU is like, oh, let me run this code real quick. That's what it is. This actually looks pretty solid if it wasn't so so bright. If it wasn't so bright, that would be cool. Actually, hold on. I have a question. What if we do multiplication now? What if we do multiplication now? No, it looks kind of shit. Well, it looks really shit, but... yeah, it would be awesome if we could raise the amount. Like, if we could do an atmosphere res of... let's try 96. I didn't compile it. Make mpoob. I kind of like how the atmosphere looks with this, but the problem is that it's additive. The problem is that it's additive. Yeah, I don't know. Another way to go about it would be to actually scale everything down afterwards. Like, here you just now divide the result by 2, but maybe like 1.25 makes more sense. Use DSA, direct state. No, not really. What version of OpenGL am I using? 4.3, but I can't use all of the... I can't use any of the new tools. I am developing for Intel UHD 620. So, I can't really do any fancy, you know, zero driver overhead. No, I can't do any of that shit. Can't do mindless textures, none of that. So, that's kind of the challenge, right? Because I have a bad computer. That is the challenge. I can't really do any of that stuff. I can't even persistent map buffers. I literally, like, the hardware itself just does not support it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to give more thought into this. For those who are, you know, just tuning in, I'm working on clouds right now. I have an idea for clouds that was basically just like rendering a dome and then doing FBM texturing on top of it, but it kind of isn't that great so far. It looks cool. It gives everything like a watercolor vibe to it, but rockets shoot big fire down, so big flying space stick go up around human rock wall. That's true. Our dome's just halved squared. I don't know what you mean. I do not know what you mean. Like a half of a semicircle squared. Eventually I'm going to get it. And then I'm never touching this ever fucking again. Okay, maybe POW is definitely the way to go about it. Can you just use a for loop to draw the clouds? What do you mean? Just like for loop and then just like if cloud, then draw cloud in a for loop? Yeah, that would be awesome. That'd be sick. See, so over there it's like darker, and then over here it ends up lighter. So that's the first layer. But I think we need to go up on this. I think that I was I think that I'm a bit. I think that it's more like that. For space and sky, draw cloud. If cloud, touch cloud. That's kind of what I'm doing. I'm basically marching through. Oh my gosh, that kind of that's starting to look a bit cloudy. That does kind of give you a cloud sort of impression. Sort of feels a bit cloudy. Sort of. I don't know how I would make like a fuel system for a tool in your game. Well, if you use the tool, then it starts to lose fuel. And then once it's out of fuel, then it's out of fuel. You can pay me later, but you know, feel free to take the idea and run with it. I like have it as an enum. What do you mean the tool is an enum? All of your items are an enum. Okay, I'm not sure if that's the play. I'm not sure if that's the play. Okay, I'm getting a cloud vibe. I'm getting cloud vibes from this. Look at that. Those look like clouds. Okay. Are you fucking kidding? Like those are clouds. Those are fucking clouds. Now the sun is kind of gone. Now you do admit that the sun is kind of gone. And once you go up, it does kind of get wonky. You're going to take a screenshot and then post it in general. Feel free, bro. General is dead. So, so here's what I think. I think the reason why this start depth is wrong. I think start depth is wrong. You want UF scale over depth times the start height. And then F scale over depth is exactly what it says on the 10. I think. Yeah. Exactly what it says on the 10. You pinged me? Okay. So now I'm going to go into the Discord and then I'm going to look at your message. I got some emails from LinkedIn. New job similar. Matt. Apply now to. Okay, so we're reading. Okay, this is Java. I know that. Okay. Okay, this is an enum, but it looks like a class to me. Why is this not a class? Okay, so it's a class pretending to be an enum. That's what you're telling me. Okay, so it's just a JSON. It's just a JSON. So it's just a JSON in Java. It's just a JSON. It's just a JSON. That's what it is. We can be honest here. Okay, we're starting to lag. We did lag here. We did lag. That is, we can admit it. We can admit it. It's starting to look like clouds though. It is starting to look like clouds. I think that, dude, the POW is the way. The POW is the way. The POW is the answer to everything. No, it's an enum. It's a class pretending to be an enum, but what did Jason do to deserve no comments? What do you mean? JSON. Oh, yeah. It's just a JSON. That is a neat way of doing it, though. That's cool that they have that in it's cool that they have that in I'm just trying to figure out where the sun is, brother. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, there it is. But then when you go up, then it starts to get a bit weird around the precipice. Like when you move upwards, it starts to become a bit strange around the precipice. So you know what? If it's gonna be a bit strange around the precipice, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like we just do pause. Like literally just do pause. Shader hot reloading. Yeah, I know. It would just take 2 seconds. It would. It would be pretty easy. But I'm lazy, to be honest. Wait, why did that not... Huh? Why does that not work? Yeah, it literally took me like an hour in my game engine to implement it. It's very easy. But also, it's kind of annoying for me to do that here because I don't have... Actually, I do. Yeah, it would take like literally 2 minutes for me to do it. But I would have to make a button and make a drop down. I don't want to make a drop down. Fuck making a drop down. I don't want to make a drop down right now. That's stupid, and it's gonna take like 10 years for me to do that. It's gonna take me like 10 years to make a goddamn nuclear drop down for that. No. We're not doing that right now. Do not talk me into doing that right now. I do not want to do a drop down. Okay, but why does that not work? Why can you not just cheat this? You should be able to just cheat it like this from the DOM. I guess the issue is that fvar is always 1, and therefore it may not be getting anything. Yeah. Fuck. Instead of doing any of this, we could technically just like not have f near then. Yeah, let's try it. So start is just going to be this, and this. And now we don't have F near at all. If we're just going to cheat it like this, then we don't need F near. All shaders when a key is pressed. All shaders, that's going to take forever. That's going to take forever. Then you might not as well not have it at all. Then you can just like literally just press restart the application in that case. Okay, so now when you go up, it doesn't get fucked up around the top, which is exactly what you want. Yeah, it feels alright. Feels alright. Do I want to do that right now? It would take 2 minutes. But then I have to do a thing that... Oh, no, I don't have to do a thing. Wait a second. Hold on a second. It's actually one line of code because... Hold on, what key are we putting this on? We're putting it on Y. It's actually one button. Yeah, it's one. Yeah. It's one button. It's one line of code. Yeah. I already. Yeah. Can you detect which files change every frame and only do those? I mean, yeah. If I'm building like a application that's about reloading shaders, then I could do that. I could definitely do that. Unfortunately, that's not the business I'm in, personally speaking. Okay, so let's try and make sure that this reloading shaders thing worked. So let's go into here and go to here and make it like this. Get rid of the clouds and then press Y. Okay. Okay, so yes, it was one line of code, but listen, I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it for more than a moment before, but yes, I did write the function to reload the shaders already. Yes, I did. You're so right, I totally did. Gonna go sleep. All right, bye Zelda. Peace out. Alright. So does this look like clouds? I don't really know if I'm buying it. To be honest. Also, the problem with reloading shaders is that if I have this open for too long, then my GPU starts overheating sometimes, which is kind of shitty, not gonna lie. Okay, so let's try it. Okay, so this is a good question. What happens when we... See, we're lagging. So yeah, you can see the sky. You can. I might have to run this on the NVIDIA GPU in a sec. I think also a big part of it is that we should probably have atmosphere res at 64 instead, but... How am I generating FBM text? By doing an FBM function. Fractional Brownian motion. It's too uniform for clouds? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I was trying to break it up with the POW, and that kind of worked. Yeah, the thing is, so here's the thing, right? So you think like less frequency, Isn't that very non-cloud-like? How so? How so? What type of noise would you think would be more cloud-like than FBM? Definitely not Berlin noise. Absolutely not. And plus, we've already been testing with it. I think the POW is working. It's hard to. So obviously, turning the frequency down is going to help with what we're talking about here. But I already tried turning it down, and it didn't really go well. Like, we're gonna see it here. I did have to recompile because I changed the atmosphere resolution. We're just gonna keep it on this resolution for now. Just so that we stop overheating. Oh, I just see now I'm way bigger inverted Voronoi for the first layer of cloud comps. So where was that information when I was researching how to make clouds? See, now just put it all over there. That's kind of the issue with it. Where was that information? Because I literally was like, okay, how do I make clouds? And then it was like, oh, just put a texture, dude. So I'm manually reloading, I know. It's now a force of habit. See, that's sort of... See, that's kind of the thing, right? Okay, maybe I do this Voronoi thing. Maybe I do this Voronoi thing. Maybe I look up how to do that. What is a Voronoi? Some useful stuff, thank you. Inverted. What does inverted mean? Holy shit, this is a lot. Thank you. So I wasn't really going for like real-time actual clouds because it's expensive as fuck. Like, I don't have a lot of overhead to work with. It's the problem. So they do have some FBM clouds in here. Height gradient. Very procedurally looking clouds. Nice wispy shapes. Height gradient. Layered Perlin frequencies. See, that's what I'm going for. I think that my method is just wrong. It's still just pre-compute it. Talks about how things work, but it's up to you if you want to make them dynamic or not. I see. It does look like I'm kind of doing it already. I think I'm just not doing it good enough is the problem. Like I'm ray marching just like they do it. They just probably have way better frequency and height gradients. I don't really know how to do that. They also do whirly noise as well. These look great. Perlin Worley noise. Maybe I can look up some. Okay, so they have a 3D texture with 4 channels with 128 by 3, 128 by 128 by 128, and it's Perlin Worley and then 3 whirly noises at increasing frequencies. So they have textures like we have them pre-computed. I should pull this up on here. I just don't want to fucking open Discord on here. They stack different sides. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. That's basically what I'm doing, except I'm ray marching it from. I render a dome, right? And then I'm just ray marching up to the dome, basically, and just sampling the textures on the way. Basically, that's basically what I'm doing. That's basically what I'm doing. So basically, you know, I just thought maybe I'll do something similar to the atmospheric scattering thing, since I'm rendering it onto the cube map. But what they're doing is very similar. They ray march it too, but they have height gradients. And I don't really know what that is. Where is this? Here. See, they have different interpolation based on how far they are along the ray, basically. So they have they're interpolating the amplitude based on how far along the ray it is. I'm pretty sure that's basically what's happening. Which is something that I didn't really consider. Another one. Alright, this is cool. I mean, I could just make a texture like that, yeah. So basically, it's just they're using a different type of noise. I wonder if I think that this is what we're supposed to be doing. I think it's just called a different thing here. Because according to Google AI mode, cellular noise is whirly. Do I really want to do this right now, or would I rather just get it looking better with what I have already? I don't know. Also, by the way, this is an incredible amount of sampling. This is like an incredible amount of sampling. Like, I'm only doing 4 samples a step, and it's already very intense. So I'm guessing though, if you have it on layered on top of each other, then you can sample it 4 at a time basically. So that makes some sense. It'd be kind of painful to set it up though. Do it at 128. Let me see where the rest of our noise is. It's actually in here. Isn't it the yeah, just where I do my FBM. So we could just do the exact same thing like that. I don't know how, so this is like a little bit more jagged, I guess, than theirs. So I wonder, maybe this is just linearly filtered, and that's probably what it is. I don't really care about it being fast. I just want to do it. So maybe mixing it up with another book. And it's probably not that bad because you can sample 4 at a time here, so it's not like the worst. So what are the positions then? Okay, I don't really care about GPU optimization, I'm not gonna lie. I would much rather... Okay. So we iterate over the neighbors. Okay, this animates it. Okay. IST's floor of ST. ST is the, yeah, is the fragment position, and then so this is just your coordinate in 2D space. I'm wondering how you do this in 3D though. Maybe you do the same thing. Maybe you do the same thing. Diff equals neighbor plus point minus FST. And the neighbor is just the X and Y position plus random position from current plus neighbor point in the grid. Oh, okay. So this is what it is. That's basically all it is. So you basically just, this point is like a random modulation. Okay, got it. It's the exact same thing, just 3 loops. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not really sure what this is doing though. Maybe I have to read back to figure out like what these. Oh, you don't have to draw the grid. Oh, you don't have to draw the cell. Oh, this is just whatever. Okay, yeah, so it's literally just this. Okay, well that's not that bad. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, why not? Okay. Alright, I'm just going to set up the texture. It's going to have its own size. and it's going to have 4 channels. Okay. Okie dokie. So it's going to be the same function, like literally the same function as this. Just obviously we're going to break it up into different, so this is going to be Worley text vec4 okay. Okay, so I don't know what the Worley Perlin combination is. I'm just gonna do Worley for now. So they pre-compute it with different frequencies. They don't say what their frequencies are, but it starts lower and then goes higher. So that's what we're gonna do. So we have P here, and then we're just going to basically do 4 different Worleys with it. But okay, so basically we want to do this. Issue is obviously we don't have some of these things implemented, so I don't have a vec2. Oh yeah, I do have a vec2. It's just obviously this. Honestly, we can just copy the exact code, just change it up a bit. Have to. We need a vec2 dot. We have a vec2 dot, surprisingly. Oh, we need a vec3. Oh. Yeah, that kind of sucks. We could just make it up, right? These are just going in 2 different directions, so naturally the next one in the sequence is going to be like 456, but like randomly modulated, so like probably 473.1 or something. 0.3, 0.4, I mean. So probably just like literally that. And then the next one in this sequence, I'm going to assume that it's going in the other direction. And so the next one here would probably be like 450, 446.1. Just to give a random guess. Okay. And now we want to scale that by that number. And then we need the sign of all of that and then the fract. I think you just sign the way it works is you just sign every single one, right? I think so. And then we want to return. Wait, but hold on a second. Wait, no, I did this wrong. I did this wrong. Why am I casting this to... Oh, yeah, writing this like this is super confusing. This is obviously supposed to be just this plus that. Oh no. It is a vec3. Let's just write it like this. Okay. Hey Luca, we're doing fine. I'm working on trying out this new noise. So I'm trying to copy the formula. That's what we're trying to do right now. So we need a vec. So we have a vec3 now of the 3 random dots, and now it just... How does that work in GLSL? Does it give you a float out? Oh no, yeah, so it literally is this, and then we just do, then we just scale it. It scales it by this number, and so I'm just gonna copy that, and then they fract it after. So is that late night one? Yeah, I haven't been streaming that much. Not gonna lie, I've been kind of on the doing assessments for jobs, online fucking coding assessments for these shitty jobs. Pretty lame indeed. And now we just need to fract it. Do I have a... I don't. We'll just do it manually then. How's that going? It's okay. I've been writing more C++ than I'd like to admit. Rooting for me, thank you. It's alright. It's just hard because I don't have a college degree, so I think it's just going to take more time. There was this one internship that I really wanted that I didn't get for this independent game studio. That was like perfect for me. It's like, hey, our engine is written entirely in C, low level, you know, we run on constricted hardware. And I was like, holy shit, this is my dream job. And I didn't get even an interview for that one. So that's unlucky. What company? It was it's a studio in upstate New York. I think it was like Velen Studios or something. But yeah, it's like, dude, that is right up my... I applied to all the big companies too, like all the big game studios. I just don't think that I'm gonna get them. I got declined from Blizzard, which I'm not like that surprised about, to be honest. But you know, I feel like you gotta work your way into that one. But you miss all the shots that you don't take. You know what I mean? You miss all the shots that you don't take. Okay, so Larian? Yeah, I haven't sent one to Larian. I did send one to Rockstar and Riot and a few other ones. I wanted to send one to New Blood, but they're never hiring. I've been checking for like a year and they haven't hired a single person. You got a human written rejection email? Are you like the main character or something? What the fuck? The fuck are you talking about? You got what? You're literally the main character. Okay, so we're just going to nested loop. Oh my god, I just put it on workspace 9. Basically this, we have to write it like this because Clanged is a piece of shit. Most companies just reject you with AI. Yeah, that's what I've been experiencing. I've gotten I haven't gotten a single thing written by a human actually. Now that I think of it, even like the thing was was like, we're moving you forward in the application process, was an AI written thing. Base Studio, yeah. Larian is pretty awesome, huh? Larian is pretty awesome. Like a team like that is pretty close knit though. It's kind of the problem, yeah. Especially for programmers. I feel like it's probably easier to get into something like that if you're some sort of like visual artist or like environment artist or something. That's what I'd assume. I'm just gonna copy this. And then the important thing is this. And they use IST, which in that case is FP. Okay. And then we want the difference, which is neighbor plus the point minus the fract. So we're going to add neighbor points and subtract. Yo, what's up, Mel's? Subtract FST. FRP. That's what we're gonna call it. Okay, and now we find the distance. I low-key think though, honestly, I feel like if a random guy sees my portfolio, like actually sees it, and it gets past the AI filter somehow, I feel like I could have a shot. I think I could have a shot. It's just a matter of luck, I think. Or maybe I'm just like actually fucking delusional or something, but I think it might be true. Okay. 1 point, that's a very interesting. I don't know why they do it in the book of shaders things. This instead of 1.0 has always interested me. I don't know why they do that. Is it min? It is min. Okay. So we keep the minimum dist, and then at the end we draw the mdist. So we just mdist is what we return mdist. Okay, there we go. Hopefully I did all that correct. I just kind of wrote random code here for the random. I tried to replicate what they had, but what is that in what the hell is this in Discord? What? God, it sucks not having headphones. I can't listen to music. This is the worst day of my life. My headphones broke, so I'm kind of in a bad mood about it. And I don't really have money to buy new headphones. You can thank YouTube for that, by the way. YouTube hasn't paid me my money because I haven't reached the payment threshold yet. The fuck? That is literally... It's literally a scam. That's literally a scam. Like, how is that legal? How is that legal? Okay, so we have 4 different frequencies. Every social media does that. Like, really though? But it's so much money. The threshold is $100. Really? Like, I'm close. Yeah, sure. But, like, I don't know. That's just ridiculous to me. That's just such a fucking scam, dude. It's like literally fucking scam. We're gonna scale P by the frequency. We're just gonna have frequency 0 will be 0.5. Or maybe less. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Let's do this. It goes up. Yes. Okay. I feel like they didn't have that back in the old days of YouTube, because I used to have like ad revenue on YouTube before this channel became a thing. And it wasn't like that. When I was like a teenager, like that must have been like 2015, 2016. It was not like that. It was not like that. There was no like threshold, nothing. But that was, I guess, you know, it's crazy that that's 10 years ago now. 10 years ago? You fucking kidding me? What? That is not true. This is literally not true. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was listening to Payphone the other day. And bro, it's fucking crazy to me, by the way. This has to be... It has to be between -1 and 1. Typically normalized between 0 and 1. Okay, never mind. I was completely incorrect. So we don't have to normalize it. Okay. I actually did it. I think we did it. I think we did it. Just waiting till we realize that I didn't do it at all. Alright, we're just gonna pre-compute the Worley texture. And that's it. That is it. Yeah. So now we need to take in a uniform. We're gonna take in a uniform for Worley, or let's just do Worley text. It's gonna be 3. Okay. So now instead of doing anything, what I'm literally just gonna do just to test it is we're just going to I'm just gonna do RGB so that we can have colored clouds now. That's crazy. But let's not worry about that too much. Let's just see what it looks like. Let's just see what it looks like. This is taking forever for it to pre-compute that. Holy shit, this takes forever. Oh my. Oh my. Well, this looks awful. Yeah, it looks awful. It looks awful. Okay, so let's think about this. R would be red, which would be the lowest frequency. So I feel like that can't be correct. I feel like that can't be correct. Okay, well, let's not have the POW in there. The POW is probably doing it. Oh my gosh, are we... I'm so dumb that now we have to pre-compute the fucking texture again. Oh my god. Oh my god, this sucks so much. This sucks so much. Okay, yeah, maybe 4 channels is a bit much. Maybe we only really need 3. Four is ridiculous. This is fucking takes forever to open, man. Okay. Yeah, that looks, yeah. That looks kind of whirly. Kinda, right? Yeah. I think I did it correct. Though maybe my like hashing random function is kind of bad, but whatever. Let's not close it right now. Let's just try to, so let's get the vec4. And then let's just color dot. So that's basically what we're gonna do, is we just have different layers here. So like that. And then we can have different different amplitudes for all of them. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looks similar to what we had before. But you gotta admit it does, you gotta give it some time. You gotta give it some time. I think maybe the frequencies were a bit... Maybe we need more samples. I mean, 10 is a lot of samples. Probably start lagging a lot too now. You could just just scale it back by the number of samples. Oh my god, I just fucking did that. Oh god. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of not that impressed with the results, but we probably just like not... I think that our frequencies aren't different enough. I think that that's a part of the problem. Like their frequencies, it like goes up a lot, and I don't think we really had that. So let's try and change that. So ours are yeah, so let's try 2 1 0.1 0.01. Something like that. Just so that we can see the different layers, I think, a bit more. The weird thing is the lines in there. I think the texture might start at 0.5, and that's why that's why there's those lines there. But nothing I can really do about that from here. I mean, this kind of does feel like clouds. We probably should try out that height gradient thing that they were recommending. Like, we don't have curl noise. And we don't have this. We have additional. We can do additional FBM on top for detailing. Yeah, I think more samples really helps. Okay, so let's try this height gradient thing. So they said is that they have different ones for stratus, cumulus, and cumulonimbus. So how do I do that? I could just do like a regular bell function for it over a defined range. Like the way they do it for like these makes kind of sense, I guess. We could do the first half, right? We could do the first half. So this is like that. How do I want to do that? So let's say we have n samples, right? And yeah, so if we want to do like just cumulus clouds, I think cumulus clouds are, which one are cumulus? Those are the regular ones, right? Yeah, those are the regular ones. So let's just try that. So I have a feeling that this isn't going to really change anything, to be honest, but that's all right. So let's say we have n clouds and then equals I over Q. Let's just do that. Now we do that. Okay, let's just try that. You just witnessed a what? Kidnapping attempt? What is going on in the world? That is crazy. Is it like outside? Like outside where you live? That is crazy. I didn't actually use weights, by the way. I hope that they weren't successful in the attempt. In your street? Did people go outside and like, what are you doing? I don't know. How did that go down? That sounds insane. 5 guys jumped out, try to snatch a dude. What? What do you mean? Snatch a dude. Illegal word. I got rid of it. What are you talking about? I got rid of it. Shut up. Oh, fuck. I didn't get rid of it. Oh, my God. There's a cop car? Oh, I see. Station's right in the corner. Bro, where do you live? That's crazy. I spent some time living in Newark in like halfway houses, and I remember there was this one night when we woke up and there was this car. This is like the ghetto. There was this car that we saw. We woke up to this noise, this like loud crashing sound, and then we go to the window and there was this car like horizontally, like against the grain of a street, like sideways. And it is just ramming into this car again and again and again. It's just like boom, boom, and then backing up and then slamming it again. And the car is like going up onto the curb now. It's like halfway onto the sidewalk. And then it just eventually just, just like, pulled away and then just went away. And it was like the craziest, most bizarre thing ever. Like, oh man. Welcome to Portugal? That is crazy. I thought Portugal was nice. Okay, this is me multiplying it times weights did not really do it for me, not gonna lie. I think that this has to be correct, yeah. Are my weights wrong? No, yeah, this is, and then this is I divided by, oh. Okay, there we go. No, not the lag. Why the lag? Why are we lagging? Dude, I feel like we're getting close to cumulus clouds. This is what we call a social neighborhood about 3 streets up. A social neighborhood? On top of a karaoke bar. Nearly every day there's issues with the cops. That sounds like pretty fun to me. That does sound pretty fun. In my book? In my book, that's pretty fun. But then again, I mean, like, once I lived in a safe neighborhood, I hated it. Man. It's just so fucking lame. It's just lame, and it's full of lame people. Just really full of lame people. I don't know. I can't help but feel like I'm doing something wrong. What is our time right now? 13? That's actually not that bad. Yeah, but then our GPU just starts overheating at some point, which is not great, but I'm just trying to get a good visual result right now. That's all I'm trying to do. There's a Facebook with videos of stuff happening. That's funny. That's funny. The quadrants are pretty interesting. Like, why is there... Why is it split into quadrants? I wonder. Where it changes sign, there's issues. Also, there's not a lot of room between clouds, which is why we had the POW thing. Yeah, the lines are pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know. Are we absolutely sure that this is in the range of of 0 and 1? We could actually check the values ourselves. Let me just check the values. Okay, so it is correct. They are in the range of 0 to 1. They are in the range of 0 to 1. Yeah, let's try not going plus 0.5 with it. Let's try just doing this. Instead of doing any like voxel shit with it. So maybe we should go like lower. Or maybe not, I don't know. Hopefully that solves the issues with the borders. Because I have repeat on and everything. Also, you know what? This is RGBA 16F when we're inputting (13) or 32. So that might have something to do with it. Alright, peace out, Luca. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest. I will have a nice rest of my stream. Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to keep up with it. Yeah. Yeah, the lag is kind of annoying me now. I don't really know why. Oh, probably because of the amount of samples that we're doing. Yeah. Yeah, that probably doesn't help. Why does putting it to 4 samples just break it? Okay, it did get rid of the lines in the thing. Still not exactly thrilled with the results though. There is still a line right there. So something isn't wrapping. Yeah, I think the first one has to have its yeah, I don't know. Maybe the dome idea shouldn't be the goal. Because at the end of the day, we need lighting to hit the tops of clouds as well. Like, the reason why these look like clouds and ours don't look like clouds is because they have, like, depth to them. I think ours just aren't going to be able to have depth like that. They say that they sample the 3D texture and then multiply it by the height signal. But I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, this is done per vertex, and I think that that's not fine enough. I think that per vertex here isn't going to be fine enough to do it. So maybe we need to move this to the frag shader. Maybe I'll look at this other link that Arya sent. I wonder how they Evaluate the cloud density according to weather texture. What I'm wondering is how they break up the clouds. Like for us, that's kind of the problem, is that we don't have anything to break up the clouds. So I don't know. Also, I think that this is a waste of samples. I don't think that this is true. I don't think that that's important. Maybe we should just be ray marching upwards and not really be going along the sample array. Maybe we should just be going upwards. Yeah, let's just try that. Let's try, instead of sphere array to cam, just go upwards. Oh, fuck. I forgot to comment that out. Yeah, I don't know why everything just is smudged now that I'm trying to just go straight up. I don't know why it's so smudged. Maybe I can't do this? Maybe instead of starting at this, we just start at A position or something. Just start at A position and then go up. That's what I want to do. Yeah, now everything looks so 2D, which is kind of what I was scared of. Really? This is... I have a feeling that our frequency here isn't... Oh, well... Yeah, I guess I assumed that we would be able to fake depth fairly easily if I just like ray marched upwards. But I guess not. There's also like a lot of banding artifacts with the current thing. Because we're trying to go straight upwards. I wonder what the lines are about. What could the lines be about? See, this is more like it. But why the weird artifacts? It's got to be something with maybe with our FR. Maybe when we did this FR thing with the normalized position, then it causes problems. Maybe we have to go back to this. Oh, but then that causes other artifacts though. Yeah, that seemed a lot better. I think going further down on the, also we changed that to 32, which is good. I think going further down on the frequency is necessary. Yeah, pre-computing this volume is really, really crazy. This would feel good if the yeah, maybe we do need all of this shit. Maybe this is like a wrong way of going about it. I'm not sure. We might die here. Oh, we didn't. So this is exactly what I was worried about. Now us moving up greatly affects the thing. But the line artifacts are... Now the line artifacts are still there. Oh yeah, it is. It is just this. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because it doesn't exactly really loop over the volume. Yeah, I may have to figure out a different method. Yeah, I feel like the trick is maybe just like having an insane amount of samples. Probably with what we had before. Trying to honestly get back to what we had before, but it's not really working. Which is like kind of worrying, to be honest. I mean, like, what are these artifacts that I'm seeing now? What are they from? I don't know. I do not know. Hmm. Yeah, now there's just more artifacts in it than there were previously. We don't even need any of this. I think that this is actually what it is. It's just such low kind of frequency that it now just looks really like the artifacts just become super apparent. No. But yeah, the artifacts are pretty intense. It looks like everything is stretched towards the top. Like this looks a lot better. It almost makes sense. They don't line up. Or with the sign changes. Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. It's starting to make me think that as far as, well, no, it's just 1 over samples is the thing. So it's literally just sphere rated cam over the samples. So it's literally just us marching from the, yeah, that's the problem, is that it starts at A position and not, what if we start from 0, 0, 0 and then march outwards? I think that would look a lot better if there weren't the artifacts. It's artifacts, yeah, it's artifacts on here, not the. Yeah, it's the texture itself that's giving us the artifacts. It's the sampling itself. So our function, it isn't wrapping properly. Maybe we are supposed to start at 0.5. Probably. That's probably what it is. So I was supposed to start at 0.5 and then we didn't. Yeah, the lag though is really unfortunate. How about this? I'll turn the water off while we're working on this, just so that we don't have to worry about it anymore. Just for now. No, yeah. That actually kind of made it worse. Am I supposed to wrap this? Am I supposed to wrap it? Yeah, I think I am actually. Yeah, I think I am probably. That's probably what it is. Oh, but now you have to. Yeah. Yeah, that actually doesn't work for the negatives because of the way wrapping works. So you have to do fmodf, or you can do the other thing, which is I don't really remember what the other thing is. You just do fmodf. I don't know if that's going to work or if that's the entire problem there. FP the floor. No, it looks like this is still an issue. With wrapping not working. Actually, I should have not closed it. I have an idea here. What if this works? What if it's an what if it's a frequency thing? I could see that being a thing. Yep. That's what I was thinking. And it's only at here where it starts being a problem. Yep. Just barely starts showing up the gaps. Then there it really starts showing up. And then here it becomes very obvious. Yeah. I think for that reason, that's why you need to start at 1 and go up here. Or else you're never gonna cover the whole texture. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. You need to cover the whole texture. So instead here you just do that, like that. So it wasn't a thing with my wrapping, it was instead a thing with not covering the entire volume because of frequency. And instead when we sample it, we can just sample it at a low frequency. Okay, well obviously that's too low. Getting somewhere. The worst part is that it just looks low resolution, I guess. It's the problem. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think that that perhaps if we're gonna do this, then this needs to be like something like that. To have more variation. It does just feel very low resolution though. That's kind of the problem. But I guess the idea is that you have these for the detail anyway. Alright, I think I'll head off soon. I think I'm gonna see a movie. Don't really know what movie I'm going to choose to watch, but I think that's what I'm gonna do. I do kind of wish that I made more convincing clouds today. I feel kind of underwhelmed with the whole thing. I just don't really, you know. Like, I don't think any amount of samples is really gonna change anything. That's right. Yeah, manually increasing the sample length does help, because then we start to see different parts of the texture that we aren't seeing currently. So that does help. That does indeed help. But then we start to, I don't know. At the end of the day, the only way to go about this would be to maybe make another sphere with a higher resolution. I think possibly that's a way to go about it, because if we go to 128 here, we're going to be super laggy, but it's going to just like be higher res. If we want to continue doing this in a vert shader rather than a frag shader, that's how we're going to do it. Because in a frag shader, it's so expensive. That's what I'm trying to avoid here. I think it's very easy if we just like made a frag shader and just ray marched up to do it. It'd be fairly easy to do it in screen space. I don't think that that's the correct. I think that I can do it way cheaper and make it look good in a vert shader. Yeah, this does just look better. It is slow, but this does look better already. Yeah, we're lagging pretty bad. We are lagging pretty bad. This is only, 5 samples. All right. I'll do some more research on this. We made some good progress today. We started to work on the skirts. They aren't really finished yet. We fixed shadows. We did some, this is fucking disgusting, to be honest. Gotta fix it. We did some stuff with shadows. We did some stuff with the sky. We did some profiling, some optimizations. Of course, there's only so much that we can expect of Intel UHD 620, but yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think hard. I mean, I might just have to do it in a frag shader and actually ray march upwards, but I thought that I could get away with it and fake depth by just ray marching it from a vertex rather than a fragment. But maybe that's not possible. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to, I think, so checklist of what I want to do next. I think I want to clean up the code base so that I can just put it on GitHub or whatever. So I definitely want to do that next. I want to figure out the cloud situation, obviously. And I need to figure out how to do better skirts because our current skirts just aren't good enough. All right. See you guys later. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Yeah, like that's just disgusting. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix it. Cool stuff though. Cool stuff. Yeah, having atmosphere resolution high kills performance so much. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. The links from Aria are good, but yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it. Because they go up in terms of world space, right? While I obviously have this fake globe that I'm ray marching up to. Obviously, going straight up is much more ideal. I can't go straight up because then, since it's a globe, it creates artifacts and shit. So, yeah. It's kind of sucky. Instead of sphere ray to cam, you kind of just want to do this. Just to go straight up. And instead of start, you can start at a position. Or pause, rather. So that's with it going straight up. With just the first layer, it looks like this. Yeah, I think that this might just have to be something you do in the frac, to be honest. Might just have to be. think I just had an idea though. Here. Yeah, I had an idea here that, like, maybe we can just unbound the ray to just keep going high into the sky. Just to see what happens. I think the idea is definitely there. It kind of becomes harsh. Yeah, a lot to think about. Alright. I will see you guys later. I just wanted to test my hypothesis here with this. I think I'm probably correct. It just feels so low resolution is kind of the problem. And so like naturally you just want to sample it like this, but then it's just, you know, so high, the frequency is so high, and so you want to pre-compute it at a low frequency, but then there are interpolation artifacts because of us not going through the entire range. So there is that. I don't know how to there's probably a way to do that though, to pre-compute it at and make it wrap properly. When you do it at a low frequency, because right now we have a frequency of, we start at a frequency of 1 and then we downscale it after. The issue with downscaling it after is that it just looks super low resolution. So yeah, there's probably a way around it that I'm too stupid to know right now. Anyway, see you guys later. I'm gonna watch a movie. I think I want to watch a scary shark movie. I don't know why. Just in that kind of mood. Oh wow, 8 hours. Peace out.